cfffs.com/live. All witnesses participating in the Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it is your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, which is preferred, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of the screen that looks like a video camera. Representatives of bona fide organizations will be given 5 minutes to testify. Subsequent representatives from the same organization testifying on the same agency will be given 3 minutes. And unaffiliated public witnesses will be given 3 minutes. When your time is up, I ask that you please conclude your remarks so that we can stay on schedule. We will be calling up witnesses in several panels, and council members present will have 10 minutes to ask each panel questions. I remind all witnesses to refrain from revealing personal information of others, particularly our youth, including their names. It is important we protect the privacy of those affected by the issues we are discussing today. We will start with the Office of the Ombudsman for Children, first with public witnesses, and then government witnesses. And then we will move to the Child and Family Services Agency. If you have any technical issues during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the council's hearing management system. Witnesses are reminded to please submit a written copy of your testimony by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system. The record for this hearing closes at 5 p.m. on Thursday, May 2nd. I want to start. Okay. I want to start with the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. And the Child and Family Service Agencies are both vital district government agencies that aim to promote the health, safety, and well-being of children and families in the District of Columbia. We will start by discussing the Office of Ombudsman for Children. The work of this agency is life-changing, invaluable, and done by no other entity in the District of Columbia. The agency is not duplicative, as the executive has claimed. One of the many characteristics that make this office unique is that it is a body of the district's legislative branch. Because the ombudsperson does not report to the mayor or an agency director, it is one of the only few truly impartial and independent offices in the district government. An attack on the Ombudsman for Children is an attack on the legislative branch itself. Time and time again, they've used our budget to undermine the will and authority of the council and jeopardize separation of powers by defunding a well-functioning legislative agency. Let's be clear, the decision to abolish and defund the Ombudsperson for Children was not made out of a necessity to cut costs in a tight budget year. It was a voluntary choice made by the executive and does not and never has who's never liked this particular agency. In 2022, the mayor vetoed the agency's establishing act. The office exists today only because the council chooses to prioritize the needs of children and families by overriding the mayor's veto by a margin of 12-1. Then the following year, the mayor defunded the agency in her post-fiscal year budget, and the council, under the leadership of Councilmember Nadeau, restored the agency's funding. It was my hope that all these years later, mayor would choose to stop playing games with this important agency. The ombudsperson has been confirmed, staff has been hired, space has been secured, complaint systems have been set up, and most importantly, children and families have been served. And yet again, trying and again, in effect, to veto the council creation of this office happens. Today, we will discuss why this agency is necessary and not expendable, how children and families in the district would be severely harmed if the mayor were allowed to and do what the resource get away with getting rid of this office, and the resources the ombudsperson needs this upcoming fiscal year to provide services and support to some of our most vulnerable district residents. We will then turn to Child and Family Services Agency. Under the proposed budget. CFSA will undergo some major reshuffling of resources. The proposed budget includes some cuts to some offices and major increases to others, which we are excited to see. There's also one devastating elimination, which we are going to work once again to fulfill. The mayor proposes eliminating all 1.3 million for Safe Shores. The district statutorily designated Children's Advocacy Center. We'll discuss Safe Shore's valuable work of providing 24-hour victim services for children who have been sexually and or physically abused, and what the dire consequences of the mayor's termination of those services would be without council intervention. Safe Shores is particularly important. As many of you know, I served as a juvenile prosecutor, both in Philadelphia, here in the District of Columbia, and had to work in the Family Violence and Sexual Assault Division. The work that the members of Safe Shores does is phenomenal work. I have seen them treat our young people and the victims and families with such respect and care that only can be done by people who literally have been called to do that work. And so once again, I am disappointed to see this, but my committee is going to work to restore fully Safe Shores, because it is an integral part of the District of Columbia and what it means for us to center and make sure victims and their families are made whole for whatever made whole can actually mean when you have a devastating life circumstance happen in this nature. But we can do our best to try. And so I want to say that that work has to be done. What I'll be asking for from CFSA today is to talk about some of the work proposed for the budget for CFSA's community partners, including our collaboratives and family success centers, which are an integral part and have made a huge difference in our neighborhoods and communities. Collaboratives are the primary community responders to families to call the 211 warm line. As a result, the warm line cannot and will not achieve its full potential, its full launch in October 2024, unless we give our collaboratives the resources they need to support the children and families they need. So we'll look at this, but what this budget means for our fantastic home visiting programs, which are critical components to district strategy to prevent abuse and neglect as well. As we go through the agency's $227 million budget, we'll examine what the proposed reallocation of resources means for CFSA, its community partners, and most importantly, the children and families involved in the district's Child Welfare Center. Finally, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank Dr. Cheryl Chapman, who retired last month after many decades as a social worker and executive director at the National Center for Children and Families. Dr. Chapman transformed NCCF into a regional player, has served tens and tens of thousands of children in the district, Maryland and Virginia. Her deep and personal understanding of the issues facing vulnerable children and families, paired with her expert knowledge of the reasons for and solutions to these problems, is what enabled her to transform the lives of so many who otherwise would have nowhere else to go. It's been an honor and privilege to partner with Dr. Chapman, and she has the deep respect and appreciation of myself, this committee, and the council and the chairs of family services of the past and current. And so with that, I'd like to recognize, I don't see any of my colleagues on. I know Councilmember Nadeau indicated she will be stopping by after a meeting this morning. And so with that, we will begin with the Office of the Ombudsman for Children, starting with public witnesses. The first panel will include Tracy Velasquez, the Policy Director, the Council for Court Excellence, Joshua Miller, Research and Advocacy Director, Open City Advocates, Leah Castales, Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center, Naiba Halime, Executive Director, Foster and Adoptive Parent Advocacy Center, Stephanie McLennan, Deputy Director, DC Kin Care Alliance. Are they online? And Maria Cohen, Child Welfare Monitor. Good morning to the panel before me, and I see we have two online, which is great. Ms. Velasquez, Policy Director for Council for Court Excellence, you may begin your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Councilmember Louis George and members of the committee. My name is Tracy Velasquez, and I am the Policy Director of the Council for Court Excellence. My testimony today concerns the proposed zeroing out of the operating budget for the Office of the Ombudsman for Children, OFC, and I will be focusing on the office's critically important duties relating to crossover youth. Per the statute establishing OFC, a crossover youth is an individual 21 years of age or younger who is or was involved with Child and Family Services Agency, CFSA, who also is or was the subject of a delinquency petition. In other words, these are youth who have been maltreated and who are accused of or have been found to have engaged in delinquent behavior. These involvements can be consecutive or concurrent. The Ombudsman is statutorily charged with producing an annual report on crossover youth that includes their number, demographics, and other relevant characteristics, outcome data, an assessment of interagency communication and coordination, and policy recommendations. To date, OFC has not had the data necessary to fulfill this duty. Their most recent report covering the 2023 fiscal year only includes data on youth who were simultaneously involved with both CFSA and DYRS. Youth who are simultaneously involved in both child welfare and youth justice systems are commonly referred to as dual-jacketed youth. The data provided to OFC didn't include any youth with non-concurrent child welfare and youth justice involvement, and only included those dual-jacketed youth whose delinquency involvement included commitment to DYRS. The number of youth reported to OFC as being dual-jacketed with concurrent CFSA and DYRS cases in fiscal year 2023 was 8. This is a gross underestimate of the number of crossover youth in the district. CCE has been working on a report on crossover youth in the district for the Office of the DC Auditor. Data provided by the DC Superior Court for this audit showed that 8 is a fraction of the total number of crossover youth in DC. Most notably, many more youth committed to DYRS and on probation had closed CFSA cases. Additionally, a 2020 CJCC report indicated that among a sample of high school students, almost half of justice-involved youth had documented histories of neglect in the home, compared to less than 1 in 5 youth who were not justice-involved. Additionally, about 19% of justice-involved youth had documented histories of abuse, compared with 6% of youth who are not justice-involved. National data and research corroborate much higher crossover rates as well. They suggest about 30% of youth involved in the child welfare system become involved in the delinquency system. And studies in several jurisdictions reported that about 2 in 3 youth in their delinquency systems had child welfare system involvement. Counting all crossover youth and documenting their outcomes matters. It allows the district to understand the connection between abuse and neglect and justice system involvement. The trauma of being maltreated plays a key role in youth crossing over to the delinquency system. Researchers have identified about a dozen key adverse childhood experiences, often called ACEs, many of which are related to abuse and neglect, that can have serious negative impacts. And the more ACEs a child experiences, the more likely they are to engage in serious delinquent behavior. The lasting impact of maltreatment points to the need to include in the count of crossover youth in the district those with prior CFSA involvement. Second, communities have found they can reduce the risk of youth crossing over and achieve better outcomes for those youth who do. Without data on how many young people are crossover youth or at risk of crossing over, or their educational, justice system, or other outcomes, the district is unable to develop and evaluate appropriate evidence-based interventions and multi-system reforms. Finally, crossover youth are a particularly vulnerable group. A 2020 DC Child Fatality Review Committee report, CFRC, which investigates deaths of youth who were involved with the district's child welfare or juvenile justice systems, reported that 8 of 9 non-infant child deaths they investigated between 2018 and 2020 were homicides. All 8 of these homicide victims were crossover youth. The CFRC identified child welfare and delinquency involvement as the 2 primary risk factors in youth becoming victims of homicide. Clearly, more work needs to be done in terms of improving the cross-agency collaboration that would enable OFC to report on all crossover youth, not just those whom agencies identified as being concurrently involved with CFSA and DYRS. It is in the best interest of these young people and the district as a whole to maintain this office's funding level so that it can fulfill these critical duties. Thank you, and I will make sure the entire council receives a copy of the audit on crossover youth when it is released. Thank you.
Wait, that was going to be my first ask during questions. Next, Joshua Miller.
Good morning, Councilmember Louis George. In addition to being the Research and Advocacy Director for Open City Advocates, I'm also a Ward 4 resident. Open City Advocates provides legal representation and holistic advocacy to youth who have been committed to DYRS. For many years and in many settings, Open City Advocates has been arguing for the unification of oversight over the 2 state agencies who take children into their custody to include a mechanism for the investigation and adjudication of complaints by children under the care of both CFSA and those committed to DYRS. Ironically, the proposed budget offers both to eliminate the Ombudsperson for Children and to shrink the Office of Independent Juvenile Justice Facilities Oversight, which was charged with ensuring compliance with the Jerry M. consent decree after DYRS facilities were found to be grossly unsafe. Notably, DYRS no longer complies with many of the consent decree's provisions. While the revenue forecast is difficult, we must not respond to difficult times by withdrawing oversight and protection for young people. In many states, the neglect and delinquency agencies work closely together under shared oversight. This is because these states recognize the parallels between neglect and delinquency, and that most young people committed to juvenile rehabilitation agencies have multiple adverse childhood experiences, including abuse, and that most cases of delinquency are not personal failures on the part of the child requiring accountability, but rather tied to systemic failures by adults to support those children's needs. Many children committed to DYRS who do not have a CFSA case file are nonetheless crossover youth, according to this principle. We regularly notice a lack of coordination between CFSA and DYRS around crossover youth. In a time of tight budgets, cost shifting is inevitable, but asking young people to navigate bureaucratic comedies of responsibility shifting is a tragedy. Children ought to be playing hot potatoes or musical chairs with their friends, not being treated like those toys. Nationwide, crossover youth suffer more severe consequences in the juvenile justice system and experience poorer long-term outcomes. There is little data about crossover youth in DC, and there are a few effective formal procedures outlining how CFSA and DYRS work with crossover youth. A dual agency ombudsperson would encourage data collection, facilitate collaboration, enable greater family engagement, and work to disrupt the pathway from foster care to juvenile delinquency. Expanding the authority of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children to cover committed youth would allow the office to serve a dual purpose: investigating and resolving individual complaints from youth and families, and monitoring systemic practices in order to encourage reforms. In order to effectively investigate and mediate complaints from families, the Ombudsperson must be independent, a neutral body, not subject to supervision by CFSA or DYRS. The Ombudsperson should also collect and evaluate data from DYRS to identify gaps in service provision and recommend improvements to daily practices. In the very best case scenario, this would also significantly implicate children's experiences in inpatient care in DBH facilities and from their contractors. A budget oversight hearing may not seem like the best place to dream big, but as we watch the proposed budget threaten to zero out the office whose hard work we still hope to build on, I think it's important to imagine clearly what this office needs to become to keep our children safe and to keep their families confident in their treatment. Thank you for your time. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Next up, we have Leah Castellas.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and staff. My name is Leah Castellas. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Children's Law Center regarding the mayor's proposed FY 2025 budget for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. We are deeply concerned by the mayor's decision to defund the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children and repeal the legislation establishing this critical office. Children's Law Center has been a staunch supporter of the council's extraordinary efforts to establish this office for many years. We are here today to ask this committee to fully restore funding to the office and strike the repeal language from the Budget Support Act. We believe in the need for and the value of this office because we see firsthand how children in foster care and their families and caregivers struggle to navigate the child welfare system on their own. Each year, Children's Law Center attorneys serve as guardians ad litem for several hundred children in foster care and protective supervision, over half of all children in the care and custody of CFSA. And each year, we see our clients fail to have their needs met by the child welfare system in the district, a system that encompasses many agencies beyond just CFSA, including agencies like DBH, DHCF, DHS, DC Health, OSSI, to name a few. These agencies and others all have a role to play in ensuring the district fulfills its responsibilities to foster children and their families. In the past year, the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children has begun to assist in holding relevant city agencies accountable for meeting the needs of child welfare involved families and actively facilitate interagency communication and coordination. Between February 2023 and September 2023, the Office of the Ombudsperson fielded 49 complaints. The Ombudsperson annual report also highlighted that at times families are reaching out to the office for information and referrals and not with a complaint. The mayor has attempted to justify her decision to eliminate the Office of the Ombudsperson by deeming it duplicative and thus unnecessary. This is patently false and unfairly dismisses the critical role of the office. In fact, the Ombudsperson serves no less than 4 unique functions within the district. First, the office ensures transparency and accountability in the child welfare system. The Office of the Ombudsperson is explicitly authorized to access all CFSA records and data and can therefore provide deeper levels of transparency and accountability than would otherwise be possible. Second, the Ombudsperson identifies systemic issues and provides recommendations across the entire child welfare system to support interagency coordination. The office is the only agency tasked with examining how coordination between these agencies or lack thereof impacts child welfare involved families and creates or exacerbates conditions of abuse and neglect. Third, the office is required to produce basic information regarding crossover youth, children involved in both the child welfare and the juvenile justice system, as well as insights into issues impacting the population. No other government entity holds this responsibility or produces this information. Fourth, the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children resolves day-to-day problems for district children and families to help address the power imbalance between CFSA and the families it serves. No matter the skill and kindness of social workers involved, CFSA is and always will be an agency with enormous power over children and families. They have the power to remove children from their parents. Because of this power dynamic, child welfare involved children and families are at a significant disadvantage when it comes to raising concerns about agency policy or practices. As an independent office with system expertise and good relationships with CFSA, the office is a safe place for children and families to go when they have concerns or need help. Finally, thanks to the council's steadfast support and investment, the Ombudsperson has made significant progress in hiring staff, establishing its operations, and building relationships within the community and across the district government. The office has also instituted its practices, policies, and procedures to ensure transparency, service, collaboration, and accountability. To conclude, in a difficult budget year that already puts significant burden on the shoulders of district residents, we cannot afford to lose such an essential support, especially for child welfare involved children and families. The district has already invested a significant number of resources into the office. To walk back on this investment would result in a loss of trust and reputation built within the community, create further financial implications, and cause missed opportunities. We ask this committee and this council to fully restore funding to the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children and strike the repeal language for Budget Support Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions the committee may have. Okay. Thank you. I believe online we have. Marie Cohen. All right, I'll give Marie some time to come on screen. Stephanie McClellan. Good morning, Stephanie. You may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Stephanie McClellan, and I'm the Deputy Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children and their extended families when the children's parents are not able to care for them. In the 6 years since our founding, we have helped over 850 relative caregivers, raising more than 1,000 DC children. Today, I am testifying in support of restoring the funding for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, or OFC. DC Kin Care Alliance was one of the original proponents of the OFC, and we are pleased that it has been established and is conducting its important work. Despite its critical mission, the OFC has always faced an uphill battle. The legislation establishing the OFC was opposed by CFSA and vetoed by Mayor Bowser before the council overrode her veto. Then Mayor Bowser tried to accomplish with the purse what she could not with her veto and defunded OFC again last year. Again, this council came through for the children of the district and found a way to fund the OFC. This year, following the old political axiom of never letting a good crisis go to waste, the mayor has again zeroed out the budget for the OFC. The only thing that has changed is that this year the mayor's office is using the pretext of the budget shortfall to try to drive a stake through the heart of CFSA oversight in general and the OFC in particular. I do not pretend that finding a way to fund the OFC will not be more difficult this year in this leaner year, but it can be done. It has to be done because district children and families who will have nowhere else to turn when CFSA fails to protect them or acts in a manner that harms them. There is no court monitor in the LaShawn case anymore. If the OFC is not funded for the first time in more than 30 years, there will be no one to oversee CFSA and ensure the safety and well-being of our most vulnerable residents, our children. There will be no one to review whether CFSA is complying with its own policies and procedures, assess the efficacy and advisability of those policies. If council oversight of CFSA is to be informed by what is really going on and the impact it is having on district residents, the OFC is absolutely essential. DC Kin Care Alliance sees the impact of CFSA actions and policies every day. We can and do testify about our clients' experiences at performance oversight hearings, but the information we provide to this committee is limited to those cases that we see and by district law that shields the actions of CFSA and confidentiality. The OFC does not have those same limitations. They can access CFSA records and their internal case management software. That access, combined with their investigative authority, is critical to providing the council with timely, relevant information. Nowhere is this more important than in the area of child fatalities and near fatalities, an area where CFSA's own reporting and the Child Fatality Review Committee's reporting has been woefully inadequate. The council need look no further than the OFC's first annual report to see the importance of its complaints they received. CFSA closes relative caregiver cases prior to a comprehensive needs assessment for the family. There exists a deeply rooted mistrust of CFSA among families that fuels a negative perception in the community it serves. Hotline staff require improved training because community members and the OFC have concerns about cases being screened out that should be investigated. And there needs to be improved communication between DCPS and CFSA in the context of schools not receiving follow-up information when they make referrals. 2 of the 3 case summaries in the report involve kinship diversion, also known as hidden foster care. CFSA calls it safety planning or informal family planning arrangements. Kinship diversion occurs when a child has been abused or neglected, and CFSA is involved in planning for the child to live with a caregiver who is not a parent or a legal guardian. We've testified many times about this practice and how it can set families and children up for failure. In discussing these cases, the OFC identifies serious failures by CFSA to ensure the safety of children at the time of and after the diversion, the lack of support services or follow-up for the family, and closure of the case without following safe closure protocols. Because of the unique conditions under which CFSA operates, where everything is confidential and not open to public inspection, there must be an independent entity that can oversee and check its operations. If the OFC is not funded, the council will have lost its only source of independent information about CFSA's operations, as well as the ability to conduct meaningful oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Marie Cohen, Child Welfare Monitor.
Okay, good morning. You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning. I realized I was unmuted throughout Stephanie's testimony. Good morning. My name is Marie Cohen, and I live in Ward 6. I served as a social worker in the district's child welfare system until 2015. Soon after leaving that job, I began writing a blog, which later became Child Welfare Monitor and then Child Welfare Monitor DC. I'm proud to say that my blogs are read by some of the leading policymakers, advocates, and academics in the field. I was one of the first advocates to call for the establishment of an ombudsperson for children in the district. Eliminating the office would be a disaster for several reasons. First, we cannot rely on an office within CFSA to investigate complaints, identify problems, and analyze data. Witness the testimony of Christian Green, who held this position inside CFSA in favor of the creation of the external office. Green explained that when she tried to alert the public to problems with agency practice, she was placed under the supervision of the general counsel and was not allowed to testify before this committee. CFSA withheld and later rewrote her annual report and eventually terminated her without cause. Her testimony shows why this position must be external and independent of CFSA. That's why other jurisdictions continue to establish independent ombuds and child advocate offices. Most recently, the Kansas legislature has voted to establish an independent office of child advocate, and the governor plans to sign the bill, saying it is a significant step forward in ensuring the welfare of children in our state. If only our mayor also chose to prioritize the safety of children above the interests of her administration. Second, even in its first annual report, as Stephanie said, OFC made important observations about systemic problems, such as the closing of cases in which a child was placed with a relative before a full assessment of family needs was made, and the screening out at the hotline of reports signaling a real danger to children. We need an independent, impartial agency with access to CFSA data to make such findings. Third, OFC is responsible for monitoring CFSA performance using data metrics. So far, I have been the only person publishing independent analyses of CFSA's data. My recent analysis revealed that the total number of children served in foster care and in home has dropped by a precipitous 33.6% in 4 years, showing how the agency is withdrawing from its core functions as it seeks to become a child and family well-being agency. OFC needs to take over this job. Fourth, Ms. Jones-Jez has declared that understanding the roots of fatalities and near fatalities will be an ongoing focus of the Office of the Ombudsperson. She gets that these are not just rare events. These are one of the best ways to pinpoint policy and practice deficiencies. Again, I'm the only person who has been looking at maltreatment fatalities among children touched by CFSA, and I must rely on the heavily redacted data that CFSA chooses to provide. OFC must take over this job as well. Finally, OFC is not even up to full strength and has spent countless hours setting up a website, complaint form, and database, obtaining and furnishing office space, hiring staff, and spreading the word of its existence. Do we really want to erase all this work and declare all that spending wasted? I assume no. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony and giving me this opportunity. After hearing Chairperson Louis George opening statement, I am comfortable. I know you won't let Kansas put the District of Columbia to shame. I know you will do the right thing and preserve this crucial office. Thank you so much for caring about our children and for fighting to defend this crucial office.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We are now joined by Councilmember Nadeau. As you all know, was a champion for the Office of Ombudsman for Children, fought every year to make sure that this office would be here, would be up and running. So I just wanted to first thank her for her support and dedication to the families of the District of Columbia. And I want to give her an opportunity to recognize for opening statement, as well as to ask any questions of the panelists who are present. So Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you so much, council member, for your stewardship of this.
If you can be
office.
volume wise, can you turn your volume up? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, is it better if I speak up like that?
A little closer to the, get a little closer to the speaker.
Okay. All right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Hopefully I don't look totally crazy into the screen, but thank you so much, council member, for your stewardship of this office, and good morning. And thank you to our public and government witnesses for taking the time to testify today. In the mayor's proposed fiscal year 25 budget, a troubling trend emerges, a slew of cuts targeting social service programs. However, one cut stands out starkly: the complete elimination of funding for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. This isn't merely a budgetary adjustment. It represents a deliberate policy choice made by Mayor Bowser. As many of you know, I chaired the Human Services Committee and led the effort to create the Ombuds Office, and it was to ensure the rights of families and children were upheld. Before the agency was created, CFSA was plagued with issues and lacked severe oversight. For instance, I frequently received distressing reports of child fatalities within families under investigation for abuse or neglect, shedding light on CFSA's deficiency in conducting impartial and thorough investigations. Additionally, CFSA often cloaked itself in the guise of strict confidentiality policies, which in reality impeded oversight and transparency. It got to a point where the agency was unable to take constructive criticism and would force families to court for resolution. It was clear to me that an independent agency was imperative. Despite these glaring issues, the mayor refuses to give the agency a chance. We cannot continue to balance a budget on the backs of our most vulnerable residents or by eliminating services that are fundamental to our community's well-being. Rest assured, I'm committed to collaborating with Councilmember Louis George to rectify this situation and ensure that funding is restored to the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. Together, we will champion the cause of our constituents and uphold the principles of justice and equity in our great district. And to our public witnesses today, I just want to say thank you for standing up for this office, and for many of you, the work that you did to establish it in the first place, laying the groundwork, creating the record, and doing the advocacy. We will not let you down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. Tracy, I want to come to you first. Thank you for your testimony. You spoke about the need for greater data on the crossover youth, of which dual jacketed youth is a smaller subset. I know there have been some statutory impediments to OFC accessing confidential juvenile justice and juvenile social records. And we are working to remove those barriers currently. You mentioned your testimony, but I want to just know if you can elaborate further on what insights we'd be able to get from complete data on crossover youth and how that could improve outcomes for crossover youth as well.
Sure. So we were able to access data through the Superior Court through a special arrangement through the DC Auditor's Office. And that's where we were able to take a look at the cases where youth had any involvement with CFSA, had ever been involved in an open case, and had currently an open case with DYRS. What we saw is that there were many youth who had cases that involved probation, which, as you know, is a federal agency through CSSD. There are many cases that involved other types of justice involvement, such as being diverted or having their case dismissed, but sometimes they had multiple cases. So definitely there would be like red flags that there were issues going on with this child who had CFSA involvement. We also saw that many cases were youth who had been involved with CFSA in the past, and their case was closed either before or while they were DYRS, and so they weren't counted. We were able to look at case file records of youth through agreements with the Auditor's Office and the two agencies. And what we saw there was, and this will be detailed more in the report, is a lot of especially the DYRS cases, seeing many very traumatic experiences in their background documented by their caseworkers. So most of them it mentioned specifically CFSA involvement, but we also saw cases where CFSA might not have been specifically mentioned, but there were cases of concern. So I think, to your point, the issue of accessing records and improving record, that collaboration is something that needs to be addressed. However, I will say that there have been several past attempts to do this and agreements to do this. Under Director Vincent Schiraldi, when he was at DYRS, there was an active agreement for data sharing and collaboration with CFSA that fell by the wayside. So I would say that this is an issue that people have tried to solve, may have actually come up with solutions to solve. In 2017, there was additional information around in the record about trying to come up with collaboration around data. So we feel that this is a solvable problem. But again, it requires collaboration and cooperation between agencies.
Thank you. And we're looking forward to, thank you for the work you're doing. And we look forward to receiving the report and the work you've been doing with the auditor's office. Joshua, I agree with you, sort of cross coordination. And I mean, even within committees at the council, we are split and separated in a non-practical way. Hopefully we're going to change at the end of this council period or beginning of next council period. But until that happens, let me ask you, what kind of budget changes compared with fiscal year 24 would OFC need in order to expand its scope the way you described?
So it would be significant. Can I start there? I would be happy to send over some possible numbers, but there are 150 children roughly committed to DYRS in one of their secure facilities right now. If you're talking about an agency that's just got off the ground and doesn't have the capacity to do that number of possible investigations, I see reasons for concern that you would overwhelm them. But I also think that taking on the systemic dimension, which is really the charge that OIJJFO has, would allow the Ombudsperson to fully execute its job with regard to CFSA as well. And so, knowing that there are cuts across the board for oversight, and sort of seeing that particular role for council to look into the role of agencies and their work is what's been targeted. It seems to me that kind of unifying behind those different offices is one alternative, but another one is to combine them and ask them to sort of share the load. And to do it from a legislative perspective rather than from the executive.
Got it. Okay. I appreciate that. And we'll follow up from a staff level to see. Leah, I agree with you, about this not being a duplicative office. And as you know, I don't believe there's any other entity in the district government that does the unique functions you mentioned in your testimony. Given the office's one-of-a-kind role, can you talk about what the child welfare system would look like without having this office?
Absolutely. I think without this office, we would see something actually that we haven't seen in 30 plus years, right? So with the ending of the LaShawn court case, we really advocated for the Office of the Ombudsperson because our child welfare system had not been without that independent oversight since the 80s. So I think that we would be entering kind of some uncharted territory, which is troubling. And so I don't want to imagine what it would look like. And, I appreciate that there has been a strong partnership between CFSA and the Office of the Ombudsperson. I think that is something really important to highlight because there is that needed level of collaboration. And as the office continues to expand, I foresee them having that collaboration across many government agencies. I know in their annual report, they highlighted the need to improve communication between CFSA and schools, right? So OSSI, DCPS, charter schools, and I know they're working on that actively right now. And so I think that just highlights the things that might fall to the wayside and might not be prioritized. And also for our children and families, that's just such an important outlet for them to have as they're navigating that system. It's, as you highlighted in your opening statement, the fact that it is impartial, that it is independent, it's under the legislative branch is just
Yeah.
so critical.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Marie, is Marie still? Marie and Stephanie, I see them.
I'm here. I'm just trying to get my camera on, which is sometimes a problem.
All good. I just wanted to come to you sort of a similar question about sort of what do you think about the child, what the child care system would look like without the Office of Ombudsman for Children, and why it's critical that we not move backwards in this moment right now.
Oh, okay. Should I say? I mean, I don't have more to say than Leah says. I mean, we've had the court monitor, and to not have anything, it's just kind of scary. You know, I know CFSA, I mean, they're good people and they mean well, but there needs to be an external watchdog. There just has to be, and I'm just concerned. I mean, social workers are just overwhelmed. I had that job, and it's just really, really hard, and they just, you know, there just has to be. I don't even want to think about it. So I can't think of anything else, but.
Thank you. Stephanie, wanted to talk to you. What can we do to sort of better improve communication between DCPS and CFSA, and how can the Office of Ombudsman for Children do better to sort of improve that communication between DCPS and CFSA? And I noticed, and could you say more about how the office builds trust between CFSA and communities it serves, and why building trust part is so important as well?
I'll address your second question first, Chairperson, and thank you for them. Building trust is critically important because negative experiences, and I know this from my own clients, they travel far and wide. I mean, people complain when they're upset, especially about something as important and their family and their children being mistreated, and then on top of being mistreated within the family, then again being victimized by a child welfare system that doesn't do right by them. So it's really important for people who are impacted by the child welfare system to have somewhere to go to talk about those experiences, so that things can be made better, so that they feel like they're being heard.
Right.
And I will say, just on a personal note, that since sort of the transition from having clients who've had negative experiences, you know, referring them to the monitor, and then now being able to refer them to the Ombudsperson for Children, we've really had a good experience with the responsiveness of the Ombudsperson for Children, and how seriously they take the experiences of people who have been impacted. They really want to know what has happened. And honestly, that's a big enough change just in and of itself to really make a big difference, and to restore some kind of credibility and belief in the community that somebody cares about what's happening to them. With regard to improved communication with DCPS, I think a lot of people think of the reports made by DCPS being significantly around truancy. And it's true that that's what reporting is around sometimes. And I know that that's a function that is being transitioned to DHS, which is an issue for another day. But the fact of the matter is, when we're talking about neglect and abuse, really it's teachers who often notice that first. So we're not just talking about truancy. We are talking about teachers who have access to children when maybe nobody else outside their family does, and making repeated reports to CFSA about neglect and abuse, and then hearing nothing and seeing no change in that child's condition. And there has to be both communication, so the teachers know that, you know, when they make a report, it's being taken seriously, that something's being done. And also for the purposes of making sure that that child's needs are addressed and that that report doesn't fall into the cracks.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to thank this entire panel of witnesses for your testimony and the work that you do in the District of Columbia as well. And we will now be turning to our government witness. Joining us today is newly confirmed Ombudsperson for Children, Patrina Jones-Jess. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ombudsperson, for being here today. Before you just press the button on the mic. In this instance, red means go.
Got it.
Before you begin your testimony, I am going to administer an oath to you and any other members of your team who will be testifying today. So I'm going to ask you to please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Facilities Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, and you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good morning, Councilmember Louis George and members of the committee. My name is Patrina Jones-Jess, and I serve as the Ombudsperson for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, also referred to as the Office or the OFC. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today to present and discuss a spending plan for the office for fiscal year 2025. Joining me for this discussion is the agency fiscal officer, Antonio Baxter. To begin, I would like to take a moment to thank the many community and government entities we have met for their demonstrated and longstanding commitment to advocacy on behalf of children. It has been a pleasure working with you in establishing collaborative relationships to help improve outcomes for the District of Columbia's children and its families. The OFC remains committed to serving as an independent and impartial agency designed to help DC constituents resolve concerns about the child welfare system and to fulfill its mission as established in the enabling legislation. Furthermore, as an office, we remain hopeful that the work that we began in fiscal year 2022, including setting up the office and serving as a resource to help families, will continue with full funding through the district's budget. The release of the district's proposed budget on April 3rd, 2024, included the zeroing out of the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children, essentially eliminating the office in fiscal year 2025. It is my goal today during this testimony and subsequent discussion to speak about the benefits and critical role an independent ombudsman's office plays and to discuss our budgetary priorities for fiscal year 2025. The importance of an independent ombudsman's office cannot be overemphasized. The establishment of an ombudsman's office has been recognized as an important strategy to help improve the safety, permanency, and well-being of children and families. States and local governments across the country have launched child and family ombudsman offices to help monitor their community's child welfare systems. According to data provided by the United States Ombudsmen's Association, there are 32 different child and family ombuds practices represented by the association. Of these programs, 10 have been established since 2021, which is the same year the DC Office of the Ombudsperson for Children's enabling legislation was passed. Further, the work of an ombudsman is not limited to child welfare. You will find established ombudsman offices in local and state departments and organizations that provide services in education, healthcare, labor, and other programs. Ombudsman offices nationally are adding value by resolving constituent issues and concerns, monitoring and providing oversight to systems, and instituting recommendations for policy and practice improvements. One example of the good work we are doing with families and our approach to engaging the child serving agencies involves a recent case we received about a grandmother who is the relative caregiver of her grandchildren. 2 of the grandchildren have been approved for school transportation services through an assessment of needs. However, 1 of the grandchildren does not receive additional services, therefore causing a barrier with transportation to school. The grandmother is unable to take the child to school due to her health, and the child is too young to take public transportation alone. Because of the grandmother's concerns, we have opened an investigation, started an assessment of the situation, and regularly communicate with the family. Furthermore, CFSA, DC Charter School Board, and the Child School are aware of the transportation barrier and are working with us to help address the issue and ensure he attends school regularly. Investigated efforts like this can shine a light on and identify underlying gaps in services children in the district need. In fiscal years 2023, 2024, priorities for the office focus on the process for receiving complaints, infrastructure development, internal policy development, and community outreach. Some examples of accomplishments are: in fiscal year 2023, the office began receiving complaints from DC residents. We launched an online complaint form and our case management system in February of last year. We received 49 complaints from February to September in 2023. And as of April 17th, 2024, we have received 91 complaints. As of April 17th, 2024, we have closed 76 cases and we have 15 currently open. Other forms of contact for constituents to reach the office have been established, such as the office's main phone line, email address, and an online complaint form and website. Office space was identified in the past fiscal year for the Office of the Ombudsperson for Children. And per enabling legislation, the CFSA has provided additional office space in their main office for the Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson's use. We have successfully reached out to community organizations, government agencies, and individuals to introduce the office and learn about services provided in the community. Also, by invitation, we have provided training on the work of the Ombudsperson's office and presented at organizational oversight meetings. The OFC worked with CFSA in partnership with DYRS to develop a dual-jacketed youth report as well, to begin an analysis of services provided to those youth. To operationalize the funds approved for the office for non-personnel services and to set up the office's infrastructure, access to the district's payment system was needed. This work was completed in fiscal year 2024. We successfully worked with the financial office in the district, and we have access to their systems. For the remaining time, I would like to focus on the office's budget needs and priorities for fiscal year 2025. For fiscal year 2024, the office was approved for $1,162,095. The office is requesting a total budget of $1,247,254 for fiscal year 2025. The budget will cover the ongoing development of the office to continue to provide the community with an impartial and independent entity that investigates complaints and assesses the appropriateness of placements for CFSA children and youth by law. Priorities for the OFC in fiscal year 2025 for emphasis are staffing, community outreach, infrastructure development. In regards to employee staffing, for fiscal year 2025, we are requesting $1,031,570 for salaries and benefits. In terms of staffing, the OFC has 6 classified positions and 1 position dedicated to the financial office. By the end of fiscal year 2023, the office had 4 filled full-time positions. The filled positions included the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson, Deputy CFSA Ombudsperson, and 2 Ombuds Analysts. During fiscal year 2024, 1 Ombuds Analyst position became vacant and the appointment was completed for the Ombudsperson role. We are actively interviewing candidates for the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson and Ombuds Analyst positions and intend to fill these positions soon. From a personnel perspective, our next step will be to recruit and hire a legal analyst who will provide guidance and advice on legal matters as defined in the OFC enabling legislation, as well as conduct research and participate in constituent complaint investigations. It is our goal to continue engaging and communicating with agencies about the work of the office. It's part of our community outreach work. This ongoing work includes intensive outreach with the community, including families and children, and youth served directly by CFSA and other child-serving agencies. In our spending plan, we have budgeted for funding to engage with the community, including funds to secure meeting space, print materials, and provide incentives as needed for families to participate in meetings with the office. In regards to infrastructure, the remaining budget is designated for OCTO-related expenses, that's IT-related expenses, such as the maintenance of our case management system. It's also related to training and other services. We also have a line item for office space that's currently $60,000 is designated. So in conclusion, I am grateful for the council's support of the office as we continue to engage families, provide oversight to the child welfare system, and operationalize the office's goals outlined in the enabling legislation. I would also like to express appreciation to the OFC team who have shown unwavering dedication to the improvement of child and family outcomes in the district. We remain confident that the work completed in our first full fiscal year has had a solid and positive impact on the identified needs of DC residents, and there is value in maintaining the office. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I first want to see, is Councilman Doe still here? Or she had to leave, I wanted to, okay. I think Councilman Doe had to go. I wanted to offer her to ask questions just before she had to leave. All right. I'll start by assuring you directly that we will be keeping and funding your office. And I appreciate your service to the district and just let you know that the council as a whole is fully supportive of this office and we will be doing our part to restore. So please continue to keep doing the work you're doing and move forward, knowing that you will be operating in 2025 as well.
Thank you.
One thing I wanted to ask you first about budget needs. How many vacancies do you currently have and where are you in your hiring process?
So we currently have 3 vacancies. That's the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson position, the Ombuds Analyst position, and then the Legal Analyst position. We have been actively recruiting and interviewing for the Ombuds Analyst position, as well as the Chief Deputy Ombudsperson's position. I suspect that we will be ready to make an offer very soon.
Great.
We have candidates in line that we're interested in. Yeah.
Great. Has the Office of the Chief Financial Officer sent you an invoice or estimate for OFC server fee and related costs yet?
No, we have not received an invoice as of yet.
Okay. I know 60,000 a year for occupancy cost seems high for such a small office. Has DGS provided you with the square footage of the space you occupy?
So I've made a request
Okay.
for that information. I have not received it yet, but I will certainly share it once I.
Okay. During public testimony, we heard concerns about the limited data on crossover youth in OFC's report. I know we've talked about barriers your office has faced accessing crossover youth data despite the clear mandate in your establishment act. Because OFC is not listed in entity in the confidentiality statutes for juvenile case records and juvenile social records. Just can you talk more about why you need access to all crossover youth and how that information could be incorporated into OFC's report moving forward?
Sure. So we need access to all of that information because, I think it's been interesting to hear the other testimony in regards to the efforts in the past to try to create data and information to understand this population. And so it's my belief that by accessing and identifying a comprehensive source for data, and it may be multiple sources for data,
Mhm.
that will give us the best chance to create a full understanding
Gotcha.
of who the youth are that we are serving under the definition of crossover youth.
Got it.
So that is why we have been engaging agencies far and wide, so to speak, to get a sense of what individual agencies are tracking individually within their own departments, because they may have specific pieces of data that we would want to use in an overall comprehensive report.
Understood. Okay.
And so in the second part of your question, I certainly see this, the data around the number of crossover youth, education outcomes, employment outcomes, other kinds of outcomes, being included in our annual report. But then I also see it as being regular and ongoing data. So, a comprehensive kind of overarching look at youth would certainly fit well in the annual report. But I don't think we wait to the annual report to actually look at information and have a discussion. I think, if we can get some regular reports and documents going at an appropriate timeframe, be it monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly, with even a small team that's looking at this data regularly and discussing, the impact and the outcomes for these youth. I think that's the best way to go on that.
Okay. I want to ask you, we will be engaging as a council on discussions around truancy and attendance work. There are four right now legislations that are pending. We have been asked formally to give comments, etc. If we wanted to get advice from your office on that, is that something that you all would be willing to do, sort of to support, to make sure we're making the right decisions around how we address absenteeism and truancy in the district?
Absolutely. We have a significant interest in this topic as well.
Great.
So, yes.
As far as improving communication, there was testimony about ways in which you all can help improve the communication between DCPS and CFSA. What do you see as some ways that you all can help make improvements there?
So certainly, serving as a facilitator for greater collaboration between CFSA and DC Public Schools. I think what we can do is, as situations come to our attention where maybe there's a breakdown in communication or no communication at all, we can certainly, serve as a go-between, at least as a start, but really try to connect the agency with schools so that those communications can be had between the two agencies and ourselves, quite frankly, together as a team.
Yeah.
Like I very much support the team approach to solving many issues. And so I think we can all come together,
do that.
and our office serving as a facilitator to that coming together as a team.
Great. I look forward to you all doing that work, and I believe that you absolutely can do that work. Just so we have this on the record, not that you all need to, but I want to just address it. I know the mayor said the Office of Ombudsperson for Children is duplicative. What I can't figure out is like where else she thinks the work you all do is being done. CFSA does not have an internal ombudsperson. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
They did at one point, and then the duties of that person were transitioned over to our office. This was in 2023.
And where would families go if they couldn't go to OFC for help navigating our complex and sometimes traumatic child welfare system?
That's a wonderful question because, I think from what I have experienced and seen, the system is very complex. And when you are in a position of dire need, trying to figure out who to talk to and where to go is it's just overwhelming. That's what we have seen. So it's my belief that our office can help navigate between the different services and the different offices that exist to help children and families, and possibly find a quicker resolution than leaving it to individuals on their own who can get very frustrated. And I understand why they would, because
Yeah.
it's just so complex. Yeah.
Understood. I just wanted to ask you sort of, did you have any conversations around the decision, the mayor's decision to abolish your agency? Sort of, when did you find out that your agency was sort of zeroed out in the budget?
Well, the first information that I received actually came from the council member's office and was followed up on or confirmed from me by the AFO.
Well, I want to say that I'm sorry for that you all deserved better, your team deserves better. And I think every single district government employee deserves better. And I'm sorry that you found out about that in that regard, in that way. It's not mine to apologize, but I want to apologize on behalf of the district because we want you to continue to serve here and be a part of the district. And so we are going to be doing our part to both show you that in the work that we do with funding this office, but continuing to support this office. With that, I just want to check to see if I have any more of my colleagues present. No. Thank you. That concludes your testimony.
Thank you, council member.
Thank you. Next, we will start with our public witnesses for the Child and Family Services Agency. I'm going to invite our first panel of public witnesses up. Victoria Taplin, Managing Attorney, DC Kin Care Alliance. Tammy, Senior Supervising Policy Attorney, Children's Law Center. Christy Matthews Jones. Melody Webb, Executive Director, Mothers Outreach Network. Do we want to just include Linda Brown and Maria Jackson? We'll call Linda Brown, Mom Organizer, Mothers Outreach Network, and Maria Jackson, Mom Leader, Mothers Outreach Network. All right. Gloria. Okay. My understanding is Victoria is unable to be present, but Stephanie has Victoria's testimony to be read. So Stephanie, I will recognize you to share Victoria Taplin's, the Managing Attorney at DC Kin Care Alliance's testimony.
Good morning again, Chairperson Lewis George. Thank you for allowing me to read in the testimony of my colleague, Victoria Taplin. Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Victoria Taplin, and I'm a Managing Attorney with DC Kin Care Alliance. Our mission is to support the legal, financial, and related service needs of relative caregivers who step up to raise children and their extended families in times of crisis, when the children's parents are not able to care for them. DC Kin Care Alliance is a member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we support budget priorities and policies that alleviate poverty in the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify today regarding the fiscal year 2025 funding levels for the Grandparent Caregiver Program and the Close Relative Caregiver Program, and to urge in the strongest possible terms that they be funded at the levels that are in proportion to the increased numbers of applicants and children served each year. From calendar year 2022 to 2023, applications for both programs increased, as did the number of children served. Notably, for the CRCP, there was a dramatic increase from 29 to 43 applications, with a corresponding increase of 71 to 106 children served. There's no reason to believe that the number of applications will stay the same or go down. Keeping budget levels flat for these programs in fiscal year 2025 is not appropriate and would result in tremendous hardship for DC's kinship families. We must not return to the days of 2020 when there was a waiting list for applicants due to the funds having been exhausted. The GCP and CRCP subsidies are vital and often make a difference between a relative caregiver being able to maintain their housing and put food on the table. If the public policy goal is to stabilize these children and families, underfunding these subsidy programs undermines that goal. In order to maximize the benefit of these subsidies to kinship families, all efforts must be made to reduce barriers to access and reduce the time from when a child enters the caregiver's home until receipt of the subsidy. In our experience, it would take a minimum of 3 months from the date the caregiver applies to when they receive their subsidy card. Yet recently, we've seen a trend towards increasing the documentation required to apply for the GCP and CRCP, thereby extending the time period further. For example, CFSA now requires GCP applicants to provide a determination letter of TANF eligibility rather than just proof that they have applied for TANF, which is all that is required by GCP's governing statute and all that has been required in the past. This change results in additional hardship on grandparents because it typically takes a minimum of 45 days after applying for TANF for a grandparent to receive an eligibility determination letter. This results in the shortest possible time frame being 4.5 months from start to finish. At the CFSA budget forum held on Monday, this issue was raised and Director Matthews indicated a commitment generally to reduce burdens to access these programs and specifically to change the GCP regulation to remove this requirement. We look forward to the prompt removal of this requirement from the regulation and implore CFSA to cease imposing this requirement in the interim period. We further note that the DC Council can make a legislative change to remove a related unnecessary barrier by removing the statutory requirement to apply for TANF if the caregiver can prove that the child is receiving SSI, as a child cannot receive TANF if they are already receiving SSI. Another new hurdle is requiring the applicant to furnish a copy of their lease or mortgage to prove DC residency. Until recently, a lease was just one way to prove DC residency. A district-issued ID or utility bill was also sufficient. But now, program staff is requiring a district-issued ID and a current lease or mortgage, and is not accepting a utility bill. A further example is requiring applicants who have a custody order to also obtain a document from the child's school to prove that the applicant is the child's primary caregiver. This was never previously required of a caregiver who had a custody order, awarding them primary physical custody of the child, but shows how CFSA now appears to be doubling down on documentation requirements without a statutory or reason-based rationale for doing so. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for sharing testimony. Next, we will. Oh.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and staff. My name is Tammy Wersinga-Cote. I'm the Senior Supervising Policy Attorney at Children's Law Center. I'm also a Ward 4 resident and a parent of 3 children here in the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of Children's Law Center regarding the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2025 budget for CFSA. Overall, Children's Law Center is pleased with CFSA's proposed budget for fiscal year 25. Despite the tight budget constraints facing the district this year, the mayor's proposed budget for CFSA includes critical investments in placement and prevention, as well as sustained funding for important programs that help keep district children with their families. As guardians ad litem representing approximately half the children currently in the care and custody of CFSA, we see firsthand how the quality and capacity of CFSA's programs and services impact our clients and their families. CFSA must have adequate resources to meet the basic needs of the children in its care, as well as preserve and reunify families whenever possible. We appreciate the mayor for recognizing the paramount needs of the families CFSA serves and funding the agency accordingly. We ask this committee and the council to protect CFSA's funding throughout the remainder of the budget process and ensure these critical investments are included in the final budget. CFSA's recent investments in specialized therapeutic and supportive placements have yielded some important improvements in placement stability for children in care. Some of the investments highlighted in our performance oversight testimony include intensive foster care placement and case management services, foster homes and case management services for Spanish-speaking children, and professional foster homes. During the past year, CFSA also established an enhanced short-term emergency placement program and a new therapeutic group home. The mayor's proposed budget for CFSA increases funding for placement by approximately $4 million, enabling CFSA to not only maintain these important investments in its placement array, but to expand them. Expansion of CFSA's placement array has been a very long time coming, and the work is not yet done. Although the overall population of foster children is shrinking, the children in care are more likely to need the higher levels of support provided by specialized, resource-intensive placements. CFSA therefore must continue to build out its placement array until it has enough of the right kinds of placements to support the specific population of children in the agency's care. We commend both the mayor and the agency for prioritizing placement in the proposed budget and thereby moving the agency closer to being able to provide a stable placement for every child in its care. We ask the committee and the council to join this effort by ensuring this funding remains intact throughout the budget process and is included in the final approved budget. Over the past year, CFSA has also accelerated and expanded its efforts to transform the district's child welfare agency into a child well-being system by making significant long-term investments in prevention strategies intended to meet families in need with resources rather than separating children from their families. Children's Law Center views this transformation work as integral to preventing the occurrence of child abuse and neglect in the district and fully supports the agency's efforts on this front. Key components of this work include the Family Success Centers, the Warm Line, and the collaboratives. Although we are unable to determine which budget lines in the agency's proposed budget include these specific components, during its budget stakeholder forum, CFSA explicitly stated that the proposed budget maintains funding for the Family Success Centers and the collaboratives at fiscal year 24 levels. Additionally, the agency's budget presentation did not include any cuts or service reductions related to the Warm Line and its list of eliminations included in the proposed budget. Children's Law Center applauds CFSA's tremendous work in establishing the Family Success Centers and reconstituting the 211 Warm Line as a means of increasing access to vital government and community-based resources, services, and programming, and thereby preventing the conditions that most frequently lead to child welfare system involvement. We are pleased that the mayor's proposed budget includes the necessary funding to continue this work and ask the council to ensure this funding remains intact throughout the budget process and is included in the final approved budget. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. We will now turn to Christy Matthews-Jones.
You hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
See me though. Hi. My name is Christy Matthews-Jones, and I'm the director of DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition is a youth advocacy coalition made up of young girls of color, transgender girls of color, and gender nonconforming people of color in DC. We organize youth-based organizations throughout DC to do policy and advocacy for communities affecting young people of color. Today, we would like to testify about some of the changes we would like to see made in CFSA. For the last 4 years, we've been doing advocacy and organizing work with young people of color in DC around multiple experiences. And one thing that frequently comes up is the negative experiences they have had with CFSA as young as elementary school all the way up to high school. We have a significant amount of young people who have expressed in particular with mandatory reporting, sharing something with the teacher or someone in their school that led to an open CFSA investigation of their family and really triggered and traumatized them forever wanting to reach out again. Some of them may have experienced being removed from the only safety net they had, and that was really traumatizing for them. And some of them, after the investigation, there was no removal, but also no resources offered to the family, and it just felt like a traumatizing event. So for that reason, we are advocating for more training for both mandatory reporters as well as investigators. We would like to see a training that is anti-racist, anti-homophobic, and anti-transphobic, that is made with the support of community organizations, many like ourselves, as well as others in our coalition. We've done many years of research. So sorry, my phone is going off. We've done many years of research, and we have established that mandatory reporting is not neutral. There have been often statistics and research done to show that people overreport Black and Brown communities while underreporting white communities. And this leads to harm on both ends of it. So we really think this is critical and important for us to create a training so mandatory reporters can address some of the biases they have when reporting incidences, and ensure that we're also providing all the resources and support to young people and children. We also are advocating for more alternative approaches to reporting. We support any community-based resources and support that CFSA offers to families. We support the Warm Line in its current form and know that it's a new program and we're still working on organizing and figuring out how that is working. But what we also know is a lot of the calls that come through the Warm Line are based on needing financial resources, whether that's help with rent, help with food stamps, or things of that nature. And we want to make sure that that particular program is funded in a way that they can actually provide those resources. I see that I'm running out of time, but I just will close with two incidences. I am currently working with a young person who has an open case with CFSA, and she is absolutely terrified about what the outcomes is. And she feels like an agency that is supposed to be there to support her and her children are turning her into a criminal. And she's very concerned about that. And she doesn't, it's affecting all of her abilities. It's affecting her community network with her grandparent and her raising her children. And it's just really, really critical that we understand the long-term trauma that comes with CFSA getting involved in families if there's no trauma-informed trainings, trauma-informed research done to show how we can enter into families in an appropriate and a collective way to offer support instead of traumatizing both the child and criminalizing the parent for things that might be out of their control, might be things that they need to learn or whatever, but like that doesn't make them criminals. And I think that's really critical and important. And again, as I said, many of our youth have expressed that they have reached out to mandatory reporters in the past, mainly in elementary and middle school. And because of the negative experience with that, when they're going through severe trauma now, they don't feel comfortable telling teachers, they don't feel comfortable telling other mandatory reporters for the fear that their only safety net will be ripped from them. And so when we have a system where children are afraid and youth are afraid to utilize it, that means we have a system that is extremely flawed and we need to work on improving it. I will submit written testimony before the deadline, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Melody Webb, Executive Director, Mothers Outreach Network. Good morning. Still.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the committee. I'm also a Ward 6 resident and Washington native, in addition to being Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. We use direct legal representation, including investigation stage legal advocacy, systemic advocacy, and community engagement strategies to support and empower DC moms impacted by family policing to transform government, income, and family laws, policies, and practices from punitive to empowering. We also convene the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. As an OSVJG grantee, we urge you to support restoration of flat level funding to that critical program, as well as other fair budget priorities. My remarks will address the agency's prevention strategies and their failure to deploy direct cash as a primary strategy. My testimony on today's budget is framed by two pillars. We support direct cash with related kids' furniture, clothing, and other basic needs as the primary strategy to preserve families and avoid circumstances circumstances that lead to involvement with CFSA. We advocate for a system of direct cash, a permanent guaranteed income for all families under the poverty line, below which 13% of our DC neighbors live. And given this, we ask committee members to support the District Child Tax Credit Amendment Act of 2023, which is still in committee before the council, an unconditional refundable cash payment program with no strings attached, including for families without earned income. We also convened and recently launched a second group of moms with current or recent involvement with CFSA, this time in a research study that will provide $500 per month for a total of $6,000 through the end of this year. We're doing this to explore our theory about the impact of cash on families with recent or current CFSA involvement. As many know, 90% of the agency's cases involve neglect versus abuse, and poverty factors constitute a basis for neglect. In fact, the agency director, who I applaud for saying this, was recently quoted in a Washington Post article about our pilot, acknowledging, quote, that I have no doubt that poverty plays a huge role in how most of the families come to CFSA's attention. The second frame we use is that government writ large through its child welfare agencies over surveil, under support, and in essence, police, particularly Black families, while failing to support the true needs of families. This is best incorporated and addressed by the ABA in the justice context through its Resolution 606, which calls on all legal professionals to recognize how over-surveillance of and underinvestment in Black families has shaped the child welfare field for centuries, with the prevalence of involvement of families in the system and the destabilization caused by poverty. This resolution highlights there's a need for vigorous representation of parents given the innate due process flaws in the system. The disproportionate impact on families gives this greater urgency, and it's only increased as a problem over time. And only a statutory right to representation can begin to address the miscarriage of justice to parents and their relationships with their children, that an investigative process absent a right to counsel and family Miranda rights perpetuates. DC does not provide parents with the right to counsel until it's too late and the child has been stripped away from their family. This means the investigative social worker is in essence investigator, jury, and judge without the involvement of a court or judge. In addition, as a result of this and historic and innate policing of the agency, we support funding for poverty prevention to flow from outside the CFSA budget with no conditional purse strings of federal or local dollars related to foster care and family policing. If families need cash assistance and concrete supports, why pay for that with money that involves entangling people in an agency that our clients say again and again they do not want to invite into their lives? While the spirit of prevention may animate these approaches, keeping families tied to the agency will limit families' potential for agency and engagement in much needed income and other concrete supports. Given this, we have several specific concerns with the agency's budget. Has the agency added any funding to its budget to study a right to counsel or work to advance this? Is lack of funding the reason they do not advise parents of the existence of counsel unless the parents request it? Second, given our support for family stability through meeting cash and basic supports, we applaud the spirit of the new opt-in partnership to address prevention, but we hold concerns and questions about whether it will result in the needed help. For example, when calls to the warm line express need for housing, utilities, and cash assistance, will families be given the support they need as cash and housing? Will it be provided with no strings attached, such as for services and with no social worker involvement? Our concern is for the ever-expanding investment in and role of this agency as the mechanism to provide supports to families, given its dual and conflicting role in executing its extensive investigation, surveillance, and removal powers, particularly with inadequate due support protections for parents. My concern is for families getting screened out of an agency involvement for no safety concerns, then being pulled into the ambit of the agency to receive much-needed concrete help. For being unhoused, a family becomes subject to prevention tools administered with agency funds. Why not provide stronger anti-poverty programs generally and at the school level, for example, through DHS income supports, a guaranteed income, or through non-agency connected providers in the community? We oppose conditioning assistance on being involved with CFSA system in any way. The Warm Line pilot already reflects the top three needs around housing, utilities, and income supports. What is the agency committing to spend in cash cash and otherwise with flex dollars given this evidence? And why cut $100,000 from the rapid housing program if the warm line is showing that families name housing as an issue? Will there be $100,000 in flex cash provided to families contacting the warm line? The underutilization could be a sign of either poor marketing of that program, given the high need we see in the community, or the fact that families reject help from this agency with its implicit and unfettered investigative and surveillance functions. And why is the agency merging the Office of Out of Home and In-Home Program staff? We are already having trouble understanding what the agency spends on in-home services with the Flex Fund. And does this not undermine the in-home goals of keeping families together? And then finally, the agency is enshrining overall as a prevention-centered approach that sets up the city's homeless and youth and other DHS prevention programs to be funded by and centered around CFSA's funding streams. Why condition help on being involved with CFSA? This, I would offer, is a critical reason, again, where there has been problems with uptake of programs such as rapid rehousing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will hear from is Victoria Chaplin here. Maria Jackson.
Good morning. My name is Raquan Wedderburn. I'm reading on behalf of Ms. Maria Jackson, a mom leader from Mothers Outreach Network. Thank you for this time to share her testimony this morning. My name is Maria Jackson. I'm testifying with Mothers Outreach Network. I was born and raised in DC. I am a mother of 4. I've dealt with CPS and CFSA. Last November, I testified about the Grandparent and Caregiver Subsidy Act. This bill gives money to family members taking care of kids. At the time, I said that I was in support of this bill, but I also said that parents should be getting money to take care of kids. Since I last testified, I now know of a situation from my friend that I would like to share, where a child was removed from the home. I wish that the child's parents had been given the money before he was removed. The home was not drug infested and the parents were not abusive. He was just a troubled child with a lot going on. The parents could have used the extra money to help their child. The child did not want to go to a group home, and his foster mom did want him back in her home. The child's aunt ended up taking him in, but the aunt is not getting any money from CFSA. I would like to know, is the foster parent still getting the money? The child's aunt really needs this money because she is taking care of her nephew and she is also taking care of her own children. We know that CFSA has enough money for this. They have flex funds that they did not spend all of last year. Where is that money going when it is unspent? Why can't this money go to families who need the help? I think for the next year's budget, CFSA should set aside money to give directly to families who are caring for their kids. They need to spend all of this money. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. No, not here. Okay, great. Awesome. Yeah. All right, well, we'll begin with questions. Any of my colleagues? No, none of my colleagues are here, so I will begin questions for this panel. I want to first come to Tammy. I want to ask you, in your testimony, you mentioned that CFSA needs to keep building out its placement array until there are enough of the right kinds of placements to support the specific population of children in care. Can you talk more about what types of placements we still don't have and which ones you'd like to see prioritized first when adding new types of placements?
So during the stakeholder budget forum, CFSA did talk about plans to expand potentially capacity in the therapeutic, the contract they have with PSI for therapeutic placements, and then also potentially for the 2 homes that they've opened, group homes that they've opened that have specialized therapeutic supports in place there, potentially expanding those. Now, those are new and, those are from our understanding and our clients' experiences, they're new. They can be a really good solution for kids with specific needs, but it's something you can't grow super fast. You kind of need
Got it.
time to stabilize. You have to find the right staff. And so I think that, I think it's the same sort of, we've got older kids with high levels of behavioral health needs who are struggling to find placements. I think we would like to see in terms of, so there's expanding the things they're already building out, which is great. And we hope they will do more of that. I think one area where our clients in particular seem to struggle are our older teens who don't feel comfortable in group homes, especially but really struggle to find foster home placements.
Yeah.
And, I think that's just a problem that needs some creative thinking, and CFSA has been doing some creative thinking. We're hoping that that's an area that they can maybe focus on more.
Yeah.
If they have the resources and support, especially kids who are involved in the juvenile justice system.
That's right.
Like that we have clients who could be released from detention if there was a place for them to go, but there's a struggle to find them a place to go. So those are the kinds of situations that need some careful, specialized sort of case by case thinking.
Yeah.
About what could work for them.
That's right. Yeah, I agree. I mean, even having worked on juvenile justice side, there have been times where we had young people and we had family members who actually did step up to the plate. I can recall a story of a young man whose older cousin lived in North Carolina and was a firefighter and was like, I want to take on my younger cousin, and they are both doing really phenomenal. He's graduated high school, in college, wants to be a firefighter like his big cousin, but it was just a transformative story of sort of him wanting to give back to his family. And now they sort of have the best bond and the best outcome from coming from a juvenile justice system to completely transforming his life, taking him out of a community where he didn't feel safe to a place where he could be a kid again, which was really great. So I agree. We have to find sort of case by case, child by child, family by family ways to be creative about placements and the right kinds of placements that we need to ensure for our young people in all of our systems. Victoria, I'm also concerned about the flat funding for the grandparent caregiver program and close relative caregiver program. While flat funding is not a cut, clearly demand is increasing. To date, no family has been denied due to lack of funding. But I wonder if that will be true by the end of fiscal year 25. We will see. Just wanted to ask you, if more money is added to these programs, should the focus be on increasing the amount of the subsidy to expand access so more families receive the current subsidy levels?
Hi, I'm Stephanie McClellan, Deputy Director of DC Kin Care Alliance. Ms. Taplin couldn't be here this morning, so I'll be happy to take the question. I would say first and most importantly, we need to expand the funding so that everybody who applies has funding available to receive the subsidy at the current level. But that in no way negates the importance of increasing the funding of the subsidy itself, which is something we've been testifying about and advocating for many years. When the subsidy was first enacted, it was pegged to this close to the same amount as the foster care subsidy rate, but during the mid-2000s, when there was a budget crisis, it was reduced to 66% of the foster care subsidy rate.
Yeah.
And it's never been increased again. And so certainly each subsidy needs to be at the foster care subsidy level, because we're expecting these relative caregivers to provide the same kind of care to the same kind of kids. And, kids who are placed outside the foster care system don't have 33% less needs, right? They need the same amount of things. But I was present for and did see the really negative impact that having to be on a waiting list to receive the subsidy at all had on families.
I think you froze.
Is one important thing would be to just make it an adequate level. So when people apply and are, approved, even after it takes months to do that, we don't then say, you qualify for the subsidy, but sorry, we're out of money for the year, so you don't get it after all. You went all, through all this for nothing.
Got it. Understood. And that could be a frustrating and demoralizing as that is happening. Melody, I want to come to you. You spoke about the need for greater investment into programs that support families and address underlying issues of poverty. What programs are you speaking of? I'm guessing a lot of these are not even within CFSA, but programs in the city, programs like SNAP, like ERAP, like other entities. What sort of other programs can we give greater investment into as we look at this budget? And then what can CFSA do to better connect families with existing services provided by the other district agencies?
Thank you, council member. Everything that you named, it's just baffles the mind why the mayor would propose cuts to, for example, the earned income tax credit program, which is a refundable tax credit program for families who are low income but working. Some of the families who might come within its ambit and might need, as a preventative measure, refundable tax credits would be great. Absolutely supporting, SNAP funding, SNAP expansion would be important. The entire panoply of income support programs would be helpful, supporting efforts that are not CFSA connected, that provide, sort of whatever the parents' needs are that they've self-identified. So I would say any and all government support programs, the Fair Budget Coalition has, kind of put forth. Many of those, paid family leave, restoring early educator, the early childhood educators fund, all of those would be ways to dually address the needs of the family as well as prevention, which the agency and the government through this agency says that it supports. So those are just, some examples. And again, any programs that are putting cash directly in the hands of parents, we've identified that parents, even in our cash pilot programs, still need furniture for their children. They need strollers for their children. So any and all of the network of mutual aid programs in Washington, D.C., Serve Your City Ward 6 Mutual Aid is one of them, that are providing concrete supports to parents each and every day, are those that we would encourage support for.
Yeah. And as far as CFSA's ability to sort of connect families with those programs, what are ways we can improve, sort of making sure there's the connection and the follow through so that those benefits are being received by families and parents?
Well, again, we sort of oppose this whole infrastructure and idea that, CFSA would be involved. I think our existing networks should be utilized. So there should be opportunities for mutual aid programs, for example, to collaborate with schools. So that there really is no CFSA involvement. We know where families are, we know where children are, and we should just make those programs that are directly currently serving families and children communicate and collaborate with the existing non-CFSA based mutual aid. Again, I say mutual aid programs as an example. There are many others that are not CFSA, contracted, with all due respect for, the staff of those agencies. We would like to see the government directly fund, for example, some of those agencies without using CFSA as the mechanism for doing so.
Right. Thank you. Understood. I know we want to change all the systems, but until we get there, my grandma would say, in the meantime, in between time, to be effective, I agree we got to do a lot more. So even with earned income tax credit and SNAP benefits, ERAP and other support services, I am also working in this budget to restore those funds as well as a means to addressing what I understand you're saying is the underlying issues of poverty and economic inequality we have to address in the city. So I appreciate your sentiments in that regard and doing the work we can to restore those things as well in this budget. So thank you to this panel of witnesses. We're going to go to our next panel. I am going to have my colleague, so I can step away for 1 second, call a panel two of witnesses. So I don't have to stop.
Thank you. And thank you to all of those attending today to testify. Next, we will hear from William Taylor, Anissa Hicks, who I believe is virtual, Carol Grooms, Sherry Tilgman, Tierra Lewis, Brandon Cuevas Monteroso, Denny Mendoza, Saul Vicente Chavez, Brian Butler, is Marcos Martinez here? And Levon Shaw. Is Levon Shaw here? Okay, I'm gonna ask you to wait 1 second, just because we have a full house at the panel, and I'll call you up next round. Mr. Taylor, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Council Member Parker, and thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with you today. My name is William Taylor II, and I am a foster parent licensed through the National Center for Children and Families, also known as NCCF. My partner and I became foster parents because we wanted to expand our family and offer our home up to children who would otherwise not have a safe place to live. We will finalize the adoption of our 17-year-old foster child on Monday, June 10th, and we also foster a 10-month-old whom we have had in our care since he was able to leave the NICU. Like the vast majority of foster parents in this nation, we do not foster for financial gain. Fostering is hard, but rewarding work. And in order to provide the best for our children, foster care costs our family a great deal of out-of-pocket money. I am here before you today to ask that you consider raising the stipend rate to match the inflationary cost of raising children in the DMV area. It is my understanding that there have been no adjustments made to the stipend rate in over 8 years. I implore this group of interested parties to remember that the cost of feeding, clothing, and educating children have grown exponentially in their time. Childcare for our 10-month-old currently costs us nearly $1,000 each month out of pocket. This was also true for our previous placements before this child. I recognize that OSSE has a DC child care subsidy program. However, the amount of paperwork and time for approval makes it completely unsuitable for short-term placements and does not provide the flexibility needed for foster parents who reside outside of the district. The nature of foster care does not allow you to plan for the ages of the children who will be placed in your care. So our child care needs could vary widely from year to year, which requires us and families like us to supplement with our own funds to ensure that our children are in safe and quality environments while we work each day. This need for sufficient funds does not just affect those who are fostering young children. It is also true for our 17-year-old. I am very proud that our soon-to-be adopted son is doing extremely well, but just like all children his age, he dreams of going away to college. That is a dream that we will help him achieve by ensuring that he has the resources and family support to embark on that dream at an HBCU this fall. However, once adoption is finalized and some of the benefits to children in care go away, our family must confront the fact that we did not have the opportunity to save for college because we haven't had the luxury of having him placed with us for many years like traditional families. This does not change all the hard work that our son has done and that he deserves every opportunity to make his dreams of higher education come true. However, the cost of his college education will have an impact on our ability to continue to foster other children. It is a sad reality that many resource parents are closing their homes because they cannot afford to care for their foster children and biological children in the way that they deserve to be cared for. Parenting is about providing opportunities and resources for our children, and the current stipend does not adequately cover those basic needs. I have heard it said many times that the district and CFSA consider foster parents their greatest resource for children in need. If that's true, it would behoove the district to put additional action behind those words and increase the foster parent stipend today. Thank you again for allowing me to speak with you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Anissa Hicks.
I'm
She's
here.
virtual.
I'm here.
You may go ahead.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Anissa Hicks, and I would like to say thank you for allowing me to testify today regarding the supportive service that I received through the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. I contacted the agency through the 211 warm line and was connected to Ms. LaJuan Massey. The purpose of my contact was to obtain resources, information, and support to address and my rental arrears. The collaborative provided me with financial support to bring my rental arrears balance to zero. I am forever grateful and thankful for them for ensuring me that my family has stable housing. Again, thank you all for allowing me to testify today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Carol Grooms.
Good morning. My name is Carol Grooms, and I'm here today to share my experience working with the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. As the primary caregiver for my 4 minor children, I face significant challenges in providing a stable home environment for my family. Between July and November 2023, my family experienced housing instability while our home lost electricity. This led us to seek shelter during a difficult period. I diligently worked to clear our PEPCO debt to regain service and return home. However, ongoing concerns and lack of DCID to apply for LIHEAP left me feeling overwhelmed and stuck in a cycle of uncertainty. Enter the CFFS, whose intervention was a lifeline for me and my family. The CFFS worker, motivational interviewing techniques, actively listening to my concerns and providing validation. To address the ID obstacle, CFFS accommodated me to obtain my marriage certificate, my ID, process opening the door to LIHEAP and assistance. With essential documentation secured, CFFS guided me through the online LIHEAP application process at their main office. Despite submission, PEPCO issued a disconnection notice for missed payments. CFFS intervened to ensure a new payment plan, averting service disruption while we await LIHEAP application update. Throughout this journey, CFFS provided comprehensive case management to my family needs. This included assistance with obtaining necessary clothing, practically underwear, and parenting support, especially concerning my child's behavior in school. Additionally, FSFSC is actively engaged in addressing my employment, financial management, and housing needs. Mental health service for both me and one of my children has been addressed. While While utility and clothing needs were not initially identified, they emerged during the family assessment process. FSFSC's swift actions coupled with my determination allowed us to address these concerns effortlessly. Looking ahead, efforts will extend to fulfilling furniture needs such as beds for me and my children. Demonstrating FSFSC's ongoing commitment to family support. The support and guidance I've received from FSFSC has been invaluable. They didn't just address immediate needs, they empowered me to navigate challenges and advocate for my family and work towards long-term stability. In closing, I want to emphasize the critical role that organizations like FSFSCs play in supporting families facing housing instability and other challenges. Their approach to family support, from addressing immediate needs to facilitate long-term solutions, is essential in helping families like mine rebuild and thrive. In conclusion, the transformative impact an organization like FSFSC on families cannot be overstated. Their dedicated support empowers individuals to overcome challenges, build resilience, and create brighter futures for their children. As we reflect on the vital roles they play, I encourage our city leaders to prioritize and sustain the funding needed to continue this invaluable work. Together, we can ensure that every family can thrive and contribute meaningful to our community. Thank you for your time and commitment to our community's well-being.
Thank you. Sherry Tillman.
Hi, I'm sorry. My name is Sherry Tillman. I'm a grandparent of 2 grandkids, and the family and collaborative, they helped me get one of my grandkids that was taken back from South Carolina from the aunt. They helped me to get his birth certificate, social security card. They helped me to get my youngest grandkid on track at school because he wasn't doing good at school. So they helped me with a lot of stuff.
Thank you. And when you say they, just to make sure I'm tracking.
The family and collaborative.
Thank you. Tiara Lewis. Nope. Okay. Tiara Lewis, if you are watching, we need you to log on to the panelist side of Zoom, but we'll come back if you do in fact log on. Brandon Cuevas Monteroso. Denny Mendoza. Saul Vicente Chavez.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Saúl Otoniel Vicente Chávez. Quiero agradecer al programa de Fatherhood por la ayuda que han brindado. Soy viudo, mi esposa falleció hace 2 años. Tengo un niño de 7 años. Estamos pasando por un momento muy difícil en el cual llegó la ayuda de este programa. Pusieron al trabajador social Jaime, en el cual pues nos han brindado mucha ayuda a todo el programa. En muchos trámites de certificado de función, récord de autopsia, trámites del DMV, citas a la Corte Superior, y ha estado muy pendiente para el seguro médico de mi hijo, citas médicas para llevarlo. Siempre han estado pendientes, entonces este programa ha sido de muy ayuda para muchos padres, como en mi persona, y quiero agradecerles a todos por esa ayuda y siempre pues que hayan personas buenas en el cual quieran ayudar a muchos padres que pasan momentos difíciles, muchas familias, de igual manera pasan procesos así y pues el trabajador social Jaime ha estado pendiente y ha estado ahí siempre en cualquier cita. Me ha acompañado a la oficina del Social Security para los beneficios de mi hijo y todo, pues hasta el momento todo ha salido bien. Quiero agradecerles a todos. Muchas gracias y Dios los bendiga.
Gracias. I want to acknowledge that we don't have translation services here at this moment, but I will be sure to have someone from the committee follow up. Next, we have Bryant Butler, Marcos Martinez, who is not here, and then I know we had Levon Shaw. So I'm gonna pause there, and Ms. Shaw, I'm gonna have you start the next panel that we call. But thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Taylor, you shared about the need to increase the stipend for foster parents. Is there an ideal rate that you would recommend for the committee to consider?
I would defer to our executive director here at the National Center for Children and Families, but I do happen to know that the state stipend is more than $10 a day more than the national state stipend is $10 more than it is for DC.
Okay. And you mentioned that your foster child will be attending a HBCU. I'm just curious, which one?
After a lot of back and forth, he has decided to go to North Carolina Central University.
Nice,
Yeah.
nice. Ms. Hicks, Ms. Grooms, I appreciated you and Ms. Tillman talking about your work with various collaboratives. Can you share how you initially got introduced to either the Far East Collaborative or any other collaborative?
Through my children's school. It was some concerns that was brought about, and it was that's how Far Southeast Collaborative came about through my kid's school.
Got it. Ms. Tillman, Ms. Hicks.
Do child and family services. Because my oldest grandson, he was acting up in school. So that's how they became part of helping me do everything. Like I said, that the youngest grandchild that's over there, he got kidnapped. He got kidnapped. He was sent out to South Carolina or North Carolina. They had the police here and police down in South Carolina or wherever the baby was. They had to bring him back here. So that's how I got connected up with him.
And by your testimony, it's been a lot of help and support that you've received through the collaborative.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. And Mr. Vicente Chavez, I want to thank you for testifying and being here. And again, I will make sure that someone from the committee follows up with you. But for now, that concludes this panel. I want to thank you all for sharing your testimony. Mr. Taylor, if you could follow up with the committee or have someone share what that ideal rate might be, that would be helpful. And we will move on to our next panel. Thank you. As I call your name, please come forward. Levon Shaw. Jamie Llanos or Llanos. Felix Hernandez. Fernanda Ruiz. Mary Catherine West. Kanaya Sequoia, who I believe is virtual. Diana Osborne here. Deborah Giddens. Dion Bussy Reader. May Best. Penelope Griffith. Ronald Smith. Tina Frunt or Front. Who I believe is supposed to be virtual, but she's not online. Okay. Patricia Olagai, who is virtual. Sabrina Katab, virtual. Chantel Comgis, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, virtual. Deborah Shore. Kylie Hogan. And is Ralph Belk here? And Ralph, okay, I'll save you for the next panel since our table is full. And we'll start with Ms. Shaw. You may begin.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George and Parker, and everyone here today for the opportunity to share my testimony. My name is Levon Shaw. I am a professional foster parent licensed by the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. I've been a foster parent for many years, and I am passionate about the work that I do. I am a professional foster parent. I'm able to provide care 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the children who need me the most. I am pleased to see that CFSA has recognized the significant role of professional foster parents and plans to expand their capacity for other professional parents such as myself. We provide care for some of the most difficult to place young people. The work is risky because of the trauma experienced by these children. Insomnia, debilitating mental challenges, and are second nature to them. They need constant contact and care in order to heal. And having the opportunity to make my profession has had a profound impact on my family and the children I have in my care. Professional foster parents get results because we are given the time we need to work with children. I am also here today in my capacity as the president of the Foster Parent Advisory Board of NCCF. As a group, we gather to offer feedback and to facilitate communication for the collective needs of the foster parents who are licensed by NCCF. In this role, I can tell you the financial struggles of many of my fellow foster parents. The lack of an increase in a stipend by the district is concerning to our group. The majority of foster parents are working parents that need more financial support in order to care for their foster children. It is not easy to be a parent in any circumstance, but foster parents have many more duties to fill than the average parent, and their foster children suffer more dire circumstances with a lack of insignificant funds. When foster parents are closing their homes because their families can no longer afford to offer care to the whole community suffers. I am an evangelist for foster care. Everywhere I go, I speak to people about what I do and the need for more foster homes. I believe that every single person who has an extra bed in their home should open their homes and their lives to foster children. Everyone here today should become a foster parent. They should experience the difficulties and the success of this work. I invite you to join this community of caregivers so you can truly understand the great need and reward. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Jamie Llanos.
Thank you, Councilmember Louis George and members of the committee. for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jimmy Llanos. I'm a family support worker at Mary Center for the Child Attachment Program. I'm here to express gratitude for the opportunity to partner with participants and support their goals. Creating an open space for conversation is what helped foster trust between the father and myself. The commitment of the father to our program is contingent upon my support and our rapport. Having an open line of communication, fathers talk to me about the relationships and challenges they have with their children and partner. When I develop a strong relationship with families, I may be the first person who said to father that their family goals are accessible and possible. As a strong believer of equal access to education, I invite fathers to imagine that attending college and higher education is within their family's reach. I may be the first person who believes in their goals. When I show up, we figure out how to make those real. It is important that the father feel comfortable enough to ask me questions when he's in need. Home visitors are a bridge from those questions to the material resources and support where families meet their needs and are happier because they can now focus on their family and personal goals. They can see many of their goals are possible when I connect them to child development, health services, legal support, employment, housing, child education, and care opportunities. I know I've succeeded when a father and his family are connected to their community resources while working on and accomplishing their goals. It's clear that after the home visiting strategy provides support, families increase connection to community resources. When the family is stable, I'm able to open dialogue with a father about the heart and spirit of his family and the way that he can be intentional, reflective, healthy in relationships with his partner, children, and friends. To conclude, it's my dedicated and intentional practice to promote family well-being in DC by supporting that. Being aware of the challenges that father and families face to create a safe path for their children's development and future, I know that supporting their well-being can make a difference. That's why investing in home visiting programs, home visiting workers is investing in me, my family, and our community. DC should avoid further cuts to program and pursue meaningful improvement to their processes, procedures, and administration. This will allow families in DC to access a pathway for family well-being. Once again, thank you for having me here.
Thank you. Fernanda Ruiz.
Good morning, Councilmember Parker and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Fernanda Ruiz, and I'm the Home Visiting Director at Mary Center and a district resident from Ward 4. In my role, I support the Father-Child Attachment Program funded by the Child and Family Services Agency and other home visiting models currently implemented in the district through other funding sources. I'm here today to requesting that the fiscal year 2025 budget remain at the current investment for the Father-Child Attachment Program and other home visiting programs in the Child and Family Services Agency. As Councilmember Louis George has stated, funding increases to support home visitor compensation and to account for inflation cannot be one-time funding. It needs to be recurrent and sustained. Home visitors are educated, well-trained, dedicated, and committed individuals. They're passionate about working with families. 81% of home visitors have a bachelor's degree in human services, child development, or another relevant field, with our remaining team joining us as district residents with experience in early childhood development, community health, and other areas that support our participants. Yet, as with many social services jobs, home visiting is a job that is mostly done by women and people of color. Historically, community members are underpaid. Home visitors find their job rewarding and meaningful. However, a rewarding position is only one aspect of what allows us to be engaged in our work. We also need to ensure our compensation matches the importance, the skill level, and quality that we bring. As an agency that has implemented home visiting for 28 years, we know what is necessary to be effective, and we know home visiting staff deserve pay that reflects the time and investment that the team has put into their role to ensure the highest quality of care and support to our communities. Funding and compensation greatly impact participant outcomes and staff retention. We have presented testimony every year outlining the impact of a staff turnover, so often due to needing a salary more reflective of their skills and abilities. We review how lapses in funding impact consistency and continuity of services, including loss of contact with families and loss of trained staff who have built trusting relationship with families. We know that lower pay is correlated to lower staff retention. For these reasons, Mary Center, the Home Visiting Council, and Under 3DC have been advocating for the last few years to increase funding for home visiting programs to increase home visitor compensation. With the support of Councilmember Louis George and other members of this committee, home visiting funding received an increase of $300,000 in fiscal year 2024. It is our understanding that this funding is to be recurrent. However, on Monday, Director Matthews and Rachel Johnson, Chief of Staff, confirmed that CFSA interpreted the $300,000 investment as one-time funding during the CFSA's Budget Engagement Forum. This interpretation reduces funding to our Father-Child Attachment Program and would impact our current staff. We are unclear as to the level of funding CFSA is allocating to home visiting programs. Whether funding is reduced to fiscal year 23 levels when Councilmember Nadal made a one-time investment of $700,000 to home visiting programs, half of it which went to the Father-Child Attachment Program, or if funding is reduced to fiscal year 22 levels, bringing the funding for the Father-Child Attachment Program from $250,000 to $150,000. In fiscal year 24, compensation comprises 86% of our operating costs. As you can imagine, a reduction of $100,000 in funding would significantly impact staffing in fiscal year 2025, and consequently, our ability to serve the same number of families. Mary Center continues through our social change model to be committed to the health, education, and safety of families in the district. We urge CFSA to continue their investment in prevention services and that they do not remove these essential supports for families of young children. We continue to manage racism, trauma, inequity, and loss. Let's recognize the importance of maintaining investments in our programs within our social systems of care towards safe and healthy families that lead to safe and healthy communities. In my written testimony, I'm also including the most recent results from our participant satisfaction survey that we collected between January and March. In those results, you will see the impact that the program has on the participants that we serve. Thank you very much for your attention and time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Virtually, we have Kanaya Sequoia.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Dr. Kinaya Shakoya. I'm Executive Director of the DC Children's Trust Fund. The DC Children's Trust Fund has been around for many years. We're over 30 years old. We were established by the council in 1993. And for at least 20 of our 30 years, we have been the lead agency for primary prevention in the District of Columbia. Our goal, our mission is the primary prevention of child abuse and neglect. We do that by building and keeping families strong, stress management, helping parents with stress management, helping to combat sense of isolation, providing parent support, providing or promoting parent leadership, providing parent education, and a public education, public awareness thrust for the community so that the environment is family friendly. We commend the Dr. Matthews, Director Matthews from CFSA on the initiative to move the Child and Family Services Agency from a child welfare agency to a child well-being agency. This is a beginning. We have not, the agency has not gone far enough, I don't believe, but I think it is, they are good first steps. We have received, after the Child and Family Service Agency took over and became the lead agency for prevention in the district, it continued to fund the DC Children's Trust Fund, but there has been a trend, a downward trend of supporting the trust fund. We are not a huge organization. We're not talking about millions of dollars. We're talking about $200,000 for primary prevention. Over the years, the CFSA has cut us from 200,000 to 66,650. That was 2/3 of our budget. It's inadequate in terms of supporting personnel. It's inadequate for supporting our programs, and there's absolutely no support for infrastructure. At the forum on Monday, Director Matthews, actually, the CFSA has received more money for funding for FY25, but he indicated it's basically flat funding because he has to, in recognition of having to pay for increased salaries for personnel and for fringe benefits. We'd like to submit that, again, we have very inadequate funds for personnel. We have programs funding that is inadequate, and I believe almost sets us up for failure. And they have been provided no support for infrastructure. So we are requesting, and we did send our proposed budget to the committee for review. We are requesting restoration of our funding to 200,000. We believe that funding can be provided through the flex funds or through the direct discretionary funds in CFSA, or as in Washington State, the trust fund can become a line item in the budget. And I just need to note that there is a trust fund in every state in this country. So we are requesting $110,000 for personnel and $90,000 for programs and infrastructure. In FY93, we served over 164 families through our month-long public awareness campaign. We touched over 2 million people. We would like to continue this work. Primary prevention is very cost-effective, and if the funding is continued, we don't know what the forecast is for FY25. But if the funding is continued, then CFSA will indeed be funding the full range of services for families, from primary prevention to crisis intervention. Thank you very much, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I believe Ayanna Osborne is not here, so next we will have Deborah Giddens.
Good afternoon. I'm the CEO for the Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Healthy Family Thriving Community Collaboratives. Dion Busey Reeder, who is the CEO of Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, will also join me upon the completion of my testimony. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I'd like to begin by sharing a word or two about who the Healthy Family Thriving Communities Collaboratives are and why what we do matters. Simply stated, the collaborative model is based on a plan and a system of services that envisions healthy families and thriving communities. Each collaborative draws on the unique capabilities and services that are found within its network of service providers to assist at-risk children and families, and we provide a set of core neighborhood-based prevention services. As a reminder, there are 5 collaboratives operating in the District of Columbia, and each of the collaboratives is an independent 501c3 organization led by a community-based board of directors. These include Collaborative Solutions for Communities, East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, Edgewood Brooklyn Family Support Collaborative, Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, and Georgia Avenue Family Support Collaborative. Our vision is to develop and sustain a seamless network of community partners throughout the District of Columbia that work to build strong families and supportive communities in which children, youth, and adults can safely and productively reside and thrive. We base our work with children and families on the shared principles of commitment to children, respect for families, community partnerships, high quality, flexible, and responsive services, and we pride ourselves in accountability. The Collaborative Prevention Network framework, prioritizes strengthening protective factors, which, when present, help reduce the risk of child maltreatment and can improve the overall well-being of children and families. Additionally, these protective factors support the community well-being, thus helping to reduce social determinants such as violence, crime, and truancy. For those of you who may not be aware, these protective factors include parental resilience, social connections, concrete supports in times of need, knowledge of parenting and child development, and social and emotional competencies of children. The Healthy Family Thriving Communities Collaboratives have worked in partnership with the Child and Family Service Agency for nearly 30 years. In addition to supporting CFSA-involved families, the collaborative has served as a safety net for many families in the district, thereby preventing involvement with CFSA and other district government agencies. This collaborative effort has been instrumental in supporting these families where they live, addressing their unique needs, and preventing children from entering the foster care system. The partnership between CFSA and the collaboratives has been a beacon of hope for thousands of families across Washington, D.C. Gleaning from our expertise in reaching and engaging families and communities, advocacy, and firsthand knowledge of the needs of district residents, the collaboratives have been keenly involved in supporting and assisting CFSA in building a nationwide model for child well-being. From motivational interviewing case management, which is our evidence-based practice, to parent education and support programs, the collaboratives have supported thousands of families throughout the district. Over the last 5 years alone, the collaboratives have served over 8,000 children under CFSA-funded programs in Washington, D.C. This prevention work, we know, is crucial to family well-being and also to the safety of our communities. As a part of our prevention work, each collaborative has a budget for emergency assistance to serve the needs of families and individuals in their respective wards. If these resources and services were not available, many children would not be able to remain at home safely and would be in danger of entering the child welfare system. I do want to take a moment to applaud the public witnesses that came to you before I spoke, representing Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, because much of what they discussed represents the clients that we see across and the needs that we see across the system. Specific examples of what the collaboratives do collectively and individually include, but are not limited to, the motivational case management, motivational interviewing, case management, information and referral, emergency financial assistance, addressing such things as rent, utilities, food assistance, clothing and furniture assistance, homemaker services.
I hate to interrupt, Ms. Giddens, but you are over a minute over your.
Sure. I'll just end by saying We're really urging the mayor and the city council to limit the cuts to the CFSA budget. Likewise, as CFA continues to move forward to a well-being system, it's more important than ever that community-based organizations such as the collaboratives are in place and sustained at a level required to increase support to our families. Thank you for this opportunity. And I'm going to turn this over to Dion Busey Reader, who will also speak on our behalf. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have Dion Busey Reader, who I believe is joining us online.
Yes, my sincere apologies. And I'm in the most uncomfortable place, so I really apologize to you. Dealing with a family emergency, so I'm sitting in the parking lot of the hospital. So please forgive me for this. First, so thank you for that. First, I want to thank my colleague for her testimony and really setting the platform for understanding the work that we've done over 30 years. Secondly, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before you, and it's good to see you, council member. Again, my name is Dion Busey Reader. I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative, and I sit alongside Deborah in the collaborative movement and network. I also want to thank the residents that we serve who testified before me, the importance of this work and what it's done to their lives. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking out the chance to unveil yourself in front of the public on the behalf of the work that we do. I want to begin by just stating our commitment to families and communities remain unwavering, but we are facing new challenges that threaten our ability to meet growing needs. One of the significant challenges we confront is the impact of inflation on community needs. When we talk about inflation, we talk about what happens to those of us more often than not that work, but we never talk about how it affects the families that we serve. As the cost of living in the District of Columbia rise, families are struggling to meet ends and to make their ends meet. Families are facing higher expenses for housing, utilities, and basic necessities. This increased financial strain exacerbates existing vulnerabilities and heightens the demands for our services. The rising cost of living doesn't just affect families, it also impacts our operations. We're seeing increased costs for supplies, transportation, overhead expenses, stretching our budget even further. Inflation erodes the purchasing power of our funding, making it harder to maintain the quality and the scope of our programs without additional resources. As this demands on our resources increase, it also is a demand on the services that our staff have to provide. The workload increase, their responsibilities increase, their trauma increase. They're often on the front lines responding to the crisis, providing case management, facilitating workshops, connecting families to vital resources. Their commitment and expertise are invaluable, but they are also facing increasing pressures and responsibilities financially, like all of us with inflation. Sorry, a little slow on my notebook, moving down to the next page, but I'm gonna keep going because it's imperative that you all understand how this really works for us. Competitive salaries are essential to attract and retain qualified professionals who can effectively serve our communities. Without adequate compensation, we risk losing talented staff to our government partners, because you all have the ability to offer higher paying salaries, or other organizations or sectors that offer higher pay. This is not only undermines our ability to deliver quality service, but also disrupt the continuity and effectiveness of our programs. To hear that there's a proposed budget increase for CFSA for staff salaries and fringe benefits, but the partner salaries who work countless hours will not receive the same kind of compensation is disappointing, council members, to say the least. Moreover, competitive salaries are a matter of equity and respect for our staff. They deserve to be compensated fairly for their skills, experience, and the critical work they do every single day to keep our families safe and from harm. Investing in our workforce is investing in the well-being of our communities. They are the ones that directly support families, building stronger and more resilient families each and every day. In addition to competitive salaries, we also need sufficient funding to support professional development, training, and other resources that enhance our staff's capabilities and job satisfaction. This type of investment is crucial for maintaining a skilled and motivated workforce. Let me say that part again, a skilled and motivated workforce. And we encourage and urge, and we're advocating that as the mayor and the city council prioritize funding that allows us to sustain our workforce, look at our partners, look at the competitive salaries that we have to offer in order to keep our staff afloat, motivated, and engaged in this very trauma-informed, trauma-infested work that we do. In conclusion, we are at a pivotal moment where the future of our prevention efforts and the well-being of our communities hang in the balance. By investing in our workforce and providing the resources we need, we can continue to build on the success and create a higher and brighter future for all DC residents. Thank you for your time and consideration, council members. We look forward to together supporting this work and continuing to provide the adequate resources to do it effectively and do it well. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you hang on with us or do you need
I
to?
will. No, I can hang on for a couple of minutes.
Okay, because I do have questions.
Thank you.
May Best, Penelope Griffith.
So none of them are testifying, council member. Deborah and I decided to testify on behalf of the whole group.
I got you. Okay. Tina Front. Patricia Olagai, who I believe is virtual.
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. So my name is Patricia Olegui, and I'm the Director of Early Learning at the Family Place in DC. In my capacity, I oversee our home instruction for parents for preschoolers, youngsters, which is a program called HIPPY, the initials for that program. My responsibilities include ensuring that the program's implementation, completion of all reports, and providing coaching and guidance to home visitors and the coordinator to enhance the ability to meet the children's needs effectively. Our HIPPY program aims to foster positive relationships between children and parents through a curriculum focused on preparing children for kindergarten, emphasizing school readiness. Our home visitors conduct weekly visits and provide lessons, coaching, and education to parents who then implement the curriculum with their children. HIPPY program serves as component of our holistic approach to family services, acting as a bridge to establish relationships and better understand the household dynamics to offer tailored support. Building trust with families is paramount, particularly for those experiencing distress, and it enables them to share sensitive situations with their home visitors. This trust forms the foundation of our program, ensuring that well-being of children remains our priority. Establishing trust early in the school year facilitates ongoing communication, enabling us to address any concerns promptly and refer families to appropriate services for optimal outcomes. Sustaining funding for home visiting programs such as ours is vital to ensure that families and children continue to benefit from services, including early intervention when necessary. Maintaining funding levels at least on par for the year 2024 and exploring Medicaid reimbursement are crucial steps to sustain our community outreach efforts and uphold the trust families place on us. Our program also fosters community engagement through regular activities and events, providing opportunities for families to connect with each other and encouraging participation in our program. These events serve to strengthen existing relationships and attract new families, contributing to the program's growth and impact. Additionally, funding is essential to retain the staff who have established trusting relationships with families and to provide quality curriculum materials at no cost. The materials not only support the learning, but also serve as a tangible resource for parents, facilitating ongoing engagement and communication with our team. Our curriculum has proven effective in improving parent-child relationships, supporting learning, and promoting education in underserved communities, including low-income Spanish-speaking immigrants. I am proud of the positive impact that our program has made and urge the DC Council to support home visiting by maintaining the CFSA funding at least for 2024 levels in 2025, in conjunction with Medicaid reimbursement efforts. Overall, sustaining funding for home visiting programs is vital for the continued success of our efforts to support families and promote positive outcomes for children in our community. Thank you, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you. Sabrina Tab.
Good morning.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Committee on Facilities and Family Services. My name is Sabrina Katab, and I am the Program Manager at a DC-based nonprofit organization, Capital Area Asset Builders, CAB. Today, I'm honored to provide testimony before this committee and discuss the extremely productive partnership CAB has with CFSA for the benefit of older foster youth in the district. CFSA needs to be fully funded for fiscal year 2025. Our foster care youth have been able to benefit from this partnership far beyond their time in care. CAB manages the Making Money Grow program at CFSA and is working to assist DC foster care youth ages 15 to 21 to get on the path toward taking control of their finances, increasing savings, and building wealth for a better future. Now more than ever, impactful programs like CFSA's Making Money Grow need to be funded. For the past 8 years, CAB has partnered with CFSA's Office of Youth Empowerment to provide financial education services and lifelong skills around the importance of savings and overall money management to youth in the care of the DC government. The Making Money Grow program provides youth the opportunity to receive a one-to-one match up to $500 each year from ages 15 to 17, and a 2-to-1 match up to $1,000 from ages 18 to before turning 21. If a youth starts the program at 15 and maximizes their savings, they can receive $7,500 in match funds and exit the program with $12,000. The match funds can be used for housing, car purchase and expenses, healthcare expenses, education expenses, or to start a small business. Additionally, the program provides foster care youth the ability to use their match funds for transitional purposes. Along with the match component of the program, youth also receive one-on-one credit coaching and comprehensive financial education training. CAB has witnessed the impact of this program on the lives of our youth, both while in care and once they transition from care. To the best of our knowledge, this is the only match savings program of its kind in the nation for the benefit of foster youth. We applaud CFSA for directly and financially empowering foster youth so that upon aging out, they can have access to financial assets to deal with life. Currently, we have 162 foster youth in the program. Since the program was created, 382 foster youth have benefited from the program. Many of our youth have used the program to purchase their first car, pay rent for the first time, for their first apartment, pay off education expenses, and purchase medical necessities. Furthermore, youth in the program have worked tirelessly to build healthy savings habits, build their credit, and learn the importance of effectively managing their money. We recognize and thank the leadership and staff at CFSA's Office of Youth Empowerment for their involvement in the Making Money Grow program. Programs like this one have a true impact on the lives of older foster youth. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony.
Thank you. Chantel Cumgees.
Good afternoon. You got it perfectly. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman George and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon on such an important and crucial program to the citizens of the District of Columbia. It is an honor to be here today. My name is Chantel Comegis, and I'm a managing attorney at Neighborhood Legal Services Program of the District of Columbia, NLSP. And the program manager for the Family and Preservation Project, FPP. FPP is a coordinated program of education, outreach, and direct legal services that provides assistance to stabilize low-income families in the District of Columbia, that provide assistance to keep children who are at risk of removal from being removed from their homes. NLSP and CFSA have been working successfully together for the last 10 years on this project with the objective to keep families intact that can care for children who are at risk of removal because of a condition or issue that can be addressed through targeted legal intervention. I would like to take this opportunity to give you an example of said target legal intervention. We had a client, Ms. T, who came in. She was an FPP client, and she received representation in a custody matter that began in 2021 and finally resolved in 2023. She is a mother of 2 children, and she had an abusive husband. She was fearful of her children's father, and he was using the judicial system and her children as a vehicle to harass, bully, and threaten Ms. T. Through NLSP, aggressive litigation strategies, and intense negotiations, we were able to get a favorable outcome for Ms. T. Now, Ms. T and her children are in a safe environment, and they have a custody arrangement that Ms. T feels comfortable with. This could not have been achieved without the assistance of CFSA and NOSP through the Family Preservation Project. In fiscal year 2023, we helped 85 families and nearly 200 children. Since the onset of the program, we have served 500 families and over 1,000 children from entering into the foster care system. I would like to thank you for your time. We appreciate the council for continued support and investment in CFSA, local child serving communities, and community partners as we all work together with families and children to preserve the family unit. We ask that the council continue to fund these programs that make drastic difference in the lives of our clients. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Deborah Shore. And Kylie Hogan. And we didn't call Ralph Belk for this panel. Sorry about that. Mary Catherine West.
Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George, Councilmember Parker, and committee staff. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today. My name is Mary Catherine West, and I am the chair of the DC Home Visiting Council and program manager for early childhood at DC Action, a member of the Under 3 DC Coalition, and a Ward 1 resident. First, I want to thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for your continuous commitment to DC families through home visiting services. Home visiting can have transformative impact on families through parent education, support, and enabling access to critical resources based on family needs. The increases that you've supplied in past years directly support 3 home visiting programs: the Parent Support and Home Visitation Program at Community Family Life Services, or CFLS, which primarily serves parents who are experiencing homelessness, survivors of domestic violence, or firmly incarcerated parents. Mary Center Father-Child Attachment Program, which is the only home visiting program that primarily serves fathers, and the Family Places Hippie Home Visiting Program, which primarily serves Spanish-speaking immigrant families with low incomes, some of whom are displaced and currently living in shelters. These programs served a combined total of 209 families in fiscal year 23. Again, we appreciate your investment of $300,000 in FY24. This investment followed Councilmember Nadeau's one-time investment of $70,000 in FY23. We know that you intended the FY24 dollars to be a reoccurring long-term investment to support home visiting programs, workers, and the families they serve. However, at the Budget Engagement Forum on Monday, CFSA shared that the $300,000 investment would not be in the fiscal year 25 budget. This reduction, along with the loss of the one-time $70,000, would set home visiting programs back to FY22 funding levels. If set back to FY22 funding levels, CFLS and the Father-Child Attachment Program would face budget reductions of about 40%. Home visiting programs spend the vast majority of their budgets, which are primarily made up of local funds, on home visitor salaries. So reductions have great potential to result in staff cuts and reductions to services for families. Home visitors support parents, create a strong foundation to families through access to resources, support for their educational, professional, and economic and parenting goals. So losing access to a home visitor's care and expertise creates instability in a family support system. We know that reductions are not your intention for CFSA home visiting and appreciate the support from you and your team to get clarity on the proposed FY25 budget. We hope you can ensure that funding for home visiting programs can be restored to sustain the FY24 level funding investment of $700,000. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, and my apologies for inadvertently passing your name. This is what I'm gonna do, and that I'm gonna pass it back to our chairperson, Lewis George. Mr. Belk, if you could join us and pull a chair, and then that way we can hear your testimony, ask questions of the entire panel. Sorry to put you on the spot like that, but trying to avoid a panel of one.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George and Councilmember Parker and members of the Facilities and Family Services Committee. My name is Ralph Belk, and I'm honored to provide testimony for the first time as the Executive Director of the National Center for Children and Families, NCCF. As you know, NCCF is a nationally accredited child and family services organization incorporated in 1915 in the District of Columbia. Today, NCCF serves more than 53,000 youth and families annually through 24 programs in the National Capital Region. NCCF is the primary private provider of family-based care services, foster care services to 210 District of Columbia's children and youth placed in NCCF's care in Maryland, as well as their siblings and families. With the mayor's FY25 budget proposal, we are pleased to see the district's continued investment and focus on core services that have proven to be effective. In a tight fiscal environment, we're excited to see that funding for placement support and resources for foster care have not been sacrificed. Although the number of youth in care may have decreased, the acuity of need of both youth and their families continue to increase. We see more and more children demonstrating severe mental health issues, abusing substances, involved with criminal activity, refusing to assent to placement and treatment, and being sexually exploited. An increasing number of families are struggling with poverty in their day-to-day lives. There is documented rise in mental illness, homelessness, and violence in the community. Family safety and children's exposure to violence is even more dire even as we speak today. Safer communities are correlated to how we work together to make families whole and healthy. The district's renewed commitment to supporting birth families with their reunification goals and towards kinship families with keeping their relative children is a remarkable step towards ensuring that children thrive and succeed within their own communities. As we have testified in the February oversight hearing, NCCF has reformed and expanded our strategic and integrated approach, demonstrating cultural competency by focusing on the extended family via the Family Focused Initiative, FFI. FFI offers success to families facing the challenges of child abuse and/or child neglect by providing parenting education and supports reliance on family strengths and community resources to assist parents to provide a safe, nurturing home environment where children can grow and thrive, and when necessary, a continuum of culturally competent family-based care outside of the home. FFI's birth, parent engagement, and kin network team members, in partnership with our social workers and family support workers, engage birth family systems through a holistic approach which addresses social justice barriers, compounded impact of trauma, and which provides opportunities to gain parental confidence, economic stabilization, mental and physical wellness, and ability to lead their family. So to increase the pace of success with youth and their families, NCCF has two budget requests. One, increase the foster parent reimbursement rate. The current rate for resource parents serving district youth is $38 a day. If a foster parent serves a youth in their home which has documented intensive needs, the foster parent can get a temporary difficulty of care stipend, DLC, of $49.50 a day, which is also referred to as the Determination of Intensive Needs Support and Support Rate, DINS. Despite the dramatic increase in inflation, this reimbursement rate has remained the same since the commencement of the Temporary Safe Haven, TSH, 7 years ago. The cost of feeding, clothing, housing, and educating children has skyrocketed, and the compensation rate has not matched the reality that our foster parents must work within. In comparison, resource parents who serve youth from the state of Maryland receive a daily rate of $58.85. Despite being in a strained fiscal season, I am urging our public partner to increase the rate of reimbursement to our resource families to even match the Maryland rate of $58.85. Our families are a critical partner in this work. We would not have family-based foster care without our resource parents. Our second request is level funding for FFI with a cost of living increase for staff retention. NCCF has right-sized its budget over the last several years in line with the number of youth served. In order to continue to produce the outcomes that CFSA has been accustomed to, NCCF is asking that our current level of funding be maintained with a capacity for a cost of living increase, which will allow us to recruit and retain talented professionals who are equipped and committed to providing the services necessary to address the acuity of need that our youth and their families are presenting. As previously mentioned, the needs of our clients we serve continue to increase. As is my custom, I included in my testimony some profiles of youth that we serve. In addition to addressing the acuity of need, NCCF staff members continue to deal with trauma, grief, and death and loss. The FFI program is now averaging 1 client loss per month. Many have resulted from domestic or community violence or substance abuse overdose. Earlier this month, one of my social workers lost a birth dad who had been actively involved in his son's life. This was the worker's 7th loss in 18-month period. NCCF must maintain competitive salaries to keep a dedicated and passionate workforce who can manage such trauma and loss. So again, I have profiles of youth that we serve just to make sure the committee is aware of those that we serve. So I'll conclude with just saying that NCCF continues to evolve, informed by evidence, to implement best practices as we serve youth in out-of-home placement and their families. We've been responsive to our CFSA partner, and we look forward to our continued partnership to serve vulnerable youth and families. Again, thank you, Chairperson Lewis George and Councilmember Parker for this opportunity to provide testimony.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes our list of witnesses. There are 2 additional people online, Louisa Harrell and Michelle Sewell. So Louisa Harrell will be next.
Great afternoon, everyone. Excuse me. Great day, Chairperson Lewis George and members of the Committee of Facilities and Family Services and committee staff. Excuse me, I have a little allergies going on. My apologies. My name is Louisa Harrell. I'm part of the Lived Experience Advisory Council member, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the DC 211 Warm Line. It takes a village to raise a child. This village must invest time, love, patience, guidance, discipline, and connection. Yet sometimes the village needs assistance with this task. Sometimes the village needs help maintaining its togetherness. Being a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Council has afforded me the wonderful opportunity to participate in helping keep DC families, aka the village, together. One way of ensuring this goal remain attainable is to partner with said community by listening to their needs and by providing resources to fulfill them. This collaboration was made possible when the 211 Warm Line was launched in October 2023. The Warm Line was put in place to catch those villages that tend to fall between the cracks. Those families don't need emergency attention due to neglect or abuse. These families need assistance with improvement upon their situation without fear of removal, which is a fear that a hotline call can cause. Since the soft launch of DC 211 Warm Line, families have been able to call for assistance with food, goods, transit, work, etc. They have been referred to the resources needed without judgment or feeling less than due to their need. As you can see, the Warm Line is not only here to provide resources, it has become a flicker of hope for those who felt, they didn't have any. In order for DC to keep our families together and to be able to assist them in thriving in an ever-changing city, we need financial support and continued community support via community-based organizations. The children thrive in the village, and the village thrives when the village has the resources it needs. Thank you all for your time, and I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Michelle Sewell. Michelle, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you. My mic is active now. Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George and the members of the committee. My name is Michelle Sewell. I am the Crisis Shelter Director for DC Safe. We serve as a critical component in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. At DC Safe, while we have a focus on crisis services and support for individuals experiencing domestic violence, we also approach our work with the understanding that we must consider the whole person and all the complexities of our lives if our safety planning is to be successful. This is perhaps never so apparent than when our clients are seeking emergency placement. Providing crisis shelter for families and individuals gives us a unique perspective on how our clients and their lives needs to have a deep community support for them. Partnerships with existing support systems and agencies involved in our clients' lives and connecting survivors with existing resources and new collaborations is a proactive collaboration outside of agencies, not only to help the whole person feel supported, but can help ease client fear and concern that they are voiceless in a process where there is inherent power imbalance. For clients who are connected with Children and Family Services, this collaboration is especially important. Whether the client is coming into shelter with existing case managers or open cases with CFSA, or we have been compelled to call with concerns, being able to work in partnership with CFSA personnel is essential. However, there is often a problem of trust in situations where CFSA is involved. As we have previously testified, we are happy to see CFSA move towards a more supportive and less punitive approach to family work, especially families who are at risk in the community. Historic and cultural fear is persistent, and many of the clients we work with are concerned their voices will not be heard. These cultural and historic fears will take time to heal. Beyond time, we believe the CFSA budget can be an essential part of creating better outcomes for survivors whose lives intersect with CFSA. Providing robust funding for staff and programming through CFSA can go a long way in building trust both for communities and the individual. Therefore, we are troubled by the flat funding of CFSA in the FY25 budget. Our experience with CFSA and many of our other social service partners is that the frontline staff is often overtaxed and underprepared. High caseloads, staff turnover creates barriers in forming relationships and completing a detail-oriented work needed to truly make a family feel supported or to properly investigate concerns. In addition, commitment to collaboration and partnership with outside resources is necessary for a successful outcome. This is more than just being able to provide a phone number or location for resources for DV survivors and others in the community seeking services. Having the time and capacity to meet, make plans, circle back, reevaluate, and sustain collaboration is key, both as a means to success as well as to gain trust and buy-in from clients and community stakeholders. Our experience is that there seems to be a lack of capacity for this work that would indicate that more investment is necessary. As such, we are troubled by the cuts to the budget for services like the Office of Ombudsperson for Children involvement. As a city as a whole looks for means to tighten its belt, we must emphasize that it is not at the expense of the most vulnerable citizens or the very necessary agencies working to support them. That includes robust funding for direct service staffing, as well as support of collaborative measures, which often must begin with leadership. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. And last but not least, we have Tina Front, who has joined us.
Thank you all so much. My name is Tina Fruit, and I'm the founder of Courtney's House. Courtney's House is the only African-American run, survivor run, anti-trafficking organization in DC. I'm a survivor of sex trafficking, and I also grew up in a foster care system. We have been around since 2008, but been providing direct services since 2008, but been working on issues since 2003 in DC, and have helped pass many of the laws in DC for anti-trafficking laws. You know, I want to say thank you to CFSA. We've had a contract for over 5 years with CFSA, and that contract includes some of the following: working directly with youth that are sex trafficking, providing direct services, running a drop-in center in a confidential location in DC, and They have helped with training in DC. We were able to do that and train the social workers for NCCF and CFSA. So to my surprise, CFSA budget is not including anything to do with sex trafficking. So let's talk about what is the issue with DC. As an overall issue, Courtney House gets about 4 to 5 referrals per week. Out of that, working specifically with CFSA, we have about 2 to 3 meetings a month to refer youth into the program that have been screened for sex trafficking, both male and female, and we're the only ones that work with males who define as straight who are sex trafficked, who are minors as well. We also make sure that we have survivor service coordinators that are working with it. In the contract, it says that we have to have 2 survivor service coordinators. Thank you so much, CFSA, for increasing that. Those 2 handle 20 each. That means 40 for those. And let me explain what that means, what we say, and what that means for sex trafficking. Not only do we help with the case managers in the system and where the youth are, help with the Teams for Hope Court, a court that was created for youth that might be trafficked as well, and locate the children. But we also have to make sure that they're staying in placement. Many of these youth do have severe mental health issues. 60% of our youth are on the autistic spectrum, and over 60% of our youth are trafficked by their parents here in DC. None of the youth that I mentioned stay in their foster placements or at the group homes that they are assigned to. No one else in any of these programs are able to locate the children or understand the trafficking situations that they're in or that you feel comfortable with them saying. Those youth reach out to us. We are able to contact them. We are able to not only find other missing youth, but over 30% of our youth that are trafficked refer other missing youth to us. Many that are in CFSA. Right now, if you went on the DC police website and you looked at the missing current youth, you would know that 7 of those youth currently receive services at Courtney's House or were recently referred to Courtney's House. What does that mean to CFSA? It means that nobody's staying at their placement. It means that all of our youth are getting kicked out of either their group home or their foster home placements because of their trauma, that they're not able to handle their trauma. Wouldn't it be amazing if there was a place where they can have at least up to 2-week respite, a place where they would stay until the right placement is found? All of our youth say if Courtney's House had housing, had an emergency respite for sex trafficked youth, we would stay there. We would help the social workers like we normally do, assist placement and the right information so we can secure longer term placements for our youth. When they don't have placement, they're either waiting all day in a placement, at CFSA building, or they're with a trafficker. There's nowhere in the budget that talks about this population and where they would go. The other piece that we see the huge gap on is training. Yes, the academy does the training, but they actually don't understand from a survivor perspective or our youth what trafficking is, which means the social workers aren't able to help them. I'm waiting for your questions. I'll take them all. If you have questions after, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you. And please remember how important it is for our youth that are being trafficked right here in DC to receive services in DC through foster care that is liable for them. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to now jump to questions. I'll start, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Chairperson Lewis George, and then we'll have our government witness. Ms. Frunt, I'm going to start with you. Very compelling testimony. Are you receiving any financial support to expand placements from CFSA?
No. So since we've had the contract and have renewed the contract since the very beginning, every year we ask for the same thing. We asked to extend it. We asked to extend for emergency housing or housing.
And what is the dollar amount attached to the ask?
So the dollar amount, which we can also help them find money, because on a federal level, they have funding and money for foster care immediately for housing. And I work on a federal level. So that exact amount that we're saying we need would be $400,000 to $520,000.
And if you had that amount of money, you're arguing you would be able to expand your support for these young people that are being trafficked. And the argument you're making, as I'm understanding, is you're the only placement that can handle or that is focused on especially African-American youth that are being trafficked in the district.
Survivor Run, and that our own youth have testified in the past as well that they would stay. So yes, and even the social workers agree with that statement. So definitely.
Can I ask one more follow-up question? Are you tracking any data about trafficked youth that may or be involved in the criminal justice system or involved in criminal activity in the district?
I am so I heard that earlier, and I'm actually really hope that we can all partner. Yes. So I helped create Hope Court. Hope Court in DC is actually a court that youth who are not in care and youth who are in care can actually be diverse to if they were trafficked or possible CSAC. So they can, if they have a case, they can come into there, or if they're just in foster care. So yes. And I see current youth at YSC who are in foster care that's being committed that are sex trafficked as well.
Got it. Okay. I'm interested in following up because I think this topic of human trafficking doesn't get nearly enough attention, especially as it relates to young people. And I think a lot of the symptoms of what we're talking about as a city may be linked to trafficking in one way or another, including some of the violence that we're seeing play out. I really appreciate you highlighting that this isn't just something that impacts young women, although that's certainly noteworthy, but also young men. And so again, I will definitely endeavor to follow up with you. Ms. Shaw, I wanted to come back to you. You made a comment that many foster parents have to fulfill more duties than birth parents. Can you elaborate on that?
There are limited times where your children, your biological children, are with you from birth. So there are other challenges when a youth joins your home and you don't know the history, so you have to learn them day by day.
Understood. Understood. And you testified in part of the need to increase the foster parent stipend.
Yes.
Which we also heard from Mr. Belk and several others. Mr. Belk, I appreciated you highlighting the daily rate from Maryland, which I believe you said was $58. Yes. Do you know where DC stands nationally in terms of our rate?
At this point, no, but I can get information. And
do you happen to know where Virginia is off?
No.
We can research that, but you made a compelling point, especially this idea that we haven't revisited our rate in the last 7 or 8 years. And we know foster parents, to your point, Ms. Shaw, are doing a lot of work at a time where prices are higher.
Exactly.
Ms. West, Ms. Ruiz, you talked and advocated for home visiting. The funding that was intended to be reoccurring has now transitioned to one-time funding, or at least that's how it's being presented. That is certainly something I hope to get clarity on from the director. Ms. West, and if you could just, make your way to the microphone. You talked about how the subsequent cuts of 300,000 and 70,000 will have an impact on staffing. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so staffing make up the large majority of home visiting program costs, as they are the folks who meet with the parents and go into their homes and provide the education and support that parents need. Home visiting programs have smaller costs in terms of getting the home visitors to those visits and, providing transportation and communication supports, but the home visitor is that primary cost of the program.
Can you put that in perspective for me? So, or Ms. Ruiz, how many folk are we talking about across programs and or in a specific program?
Thank you. So I can speak directly for the Father-Child Attachment Program. 86% of our budget is salaries and fringe. So when we look at a 100,000 cut, it's a significant cut to our staffing. We actually have one staff person starting mid-May, and if the cut is to happen, it wouldn't be advisable for us to bring this person on board, right? Because then we would be.
And how does that impact your home visiting services?
Yeah, so we currently have 3 home visitors in our budget with it $250,000. If we reduce the funding to 150, we will need to be looking at reduction in staffing.
I understand that, but what does that translate to for your home visits for young people? Or will you
Right, yeah.
maintain the same rate of home
Got it.
visits? Or will
Thank
you
you.
have to cut back?
We will have to cut back. Each home visitor has the capacity to serve up to 25 families. And
Got it.
so the reduction in staff would significantly impact the number of families that we can serve.
That is helpful.
I can provide a little context for the other programs as well. In my written testimony, I outlined what the increases were able to support for the programs. But within the other 2 programs, they were able to promote home visitors who were working at part-time capacity to full-time capacity. So this meant not only could they serve more families, but they had more options to serve families in their time of day. So they were able to meet after hours and at times that make sense for the family given their needs. And if these home visitors are let go or they have to reduce their hours, the capacity of the number of families served and those times of day in that the home visitors can meet the families would be reduced.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Bussy Reader, are you still with us?
I am.
Oh, awesome. And I really appreciate the work that you lead. You really made a compelling case around the CFSA budget increasing at a time where partner support is decreasing. I would love for you to elaborate on that. And a similar thread I just was asking other panelists, can you characterize that for us? Like, what does it mean in terms of services, personnel, if cuts remain in this budget?
Sure. So for us, I want to make sure I acknowledge this. Director Matthews has done his best to keep our budget at a standstill, the same rate it was last year. The unfortunate side of that is with the workforce that we have, many of our frontline employees don't make $60,000. Many of these same individuals are working with individuals to try to pull them above the threshold so they can have a livable wage and sustain themselves in a city where they can't even afford to live in themselves. And they're doing the work. So while the budget actually is not being cut at the moment, CFSA is in position to receive an increase for their staff salaries. However, the partnering organizations who are on the ground meeting the immediate needs of the families do not receive that same level of increase. So for me, the problem exists is we're constantly looking for new staff, because when people get an opportunity, if they can continue to do this work, if that's their heart's desire, and that's where their compassion and professionalism lie, if they're able to do the work and get a higher salary at a district government agency or another organization, more than likely they'll leave us, go there. Then when we are actually able to build, the new process is if that position stays vacant for more than 30 days, we receive a decrease. So we're between a rock and a hard place. People are not taking the kind of work that we do, and God knows it's needed work, but people aren't taking these jobs for less than $60,000 for the level of cases they have to manage. And now after COVID, we keep forgetting the level of entrenched mental health issues that we're facing with our families and the increased amount of families we have with single parents is coming extremely egregious.
And
we have the.
Is your funding coming solely through CFSA?
No, we work with 4 different agencies within the District of Columbia.
I got
We
you.
have 3 contracts with CFSA. We have a contract with DHS. We partner with our sister organization, East River Collaborative, to have a contract through DACL, the Office of Aging for Community Living for our seniors. We also receive resources through DYRS and through DMPED. We do DMPED work for case management for Berry Farm. Our work with DYRS is through the Credible Messenger program. So we go across 5 different sectors of programming for the District of Columbia, and none of these agencies are providing any level of cost of living increases for the staff that's actually doing the direct work.
Which, you were generous in saying there are no cuts, but if a budget is remaining flat at a time when
That's a cut.
me, that's a cut.
And
Because
it's been a cut from last year. I have to say that.
Right,
We
yeah.
took a significant cut last year. So it's almost, we're on pins and needles to see if we can sustain ourselves for this year. God forbid the operations that constantly increase. That's another piece.
can you speak to the public safety issue in terms of how many of your young people or families are caught up in the criminal justice system, or do you track any data around that?
So it's 2 things. Yes, we track data for the DYRS Credible Messenger program. The data is not collected at the same level for our work with CFSA because that's not a requirement. We ask a few questions on the front end around your background, but that does not dictate services being provided to you. So we have limited knowledge in that. Now, we have many of our families that are connected through our Credible Messenger program. And I'm speaking from the same perspective from my partnering agent, sister collaboratives. They too have safe passages through WANDS. They have other violence intervention initiatives. We see many of the same families being served through our CFSA funding, DHS funding, and DYRS funding. These families are being served through all of these different entities. And I do agree that Director Matthews will probably say later, some of those resources should come from those different agencies. I agree, but that's not the entryway of how they are receiving services from us. They come in through the door through CFSA programming, through CFSA services, through CFSA needs. Then we realize that they're connected to us through other entities.
I guess what I'm getting at with my questions, as a city, we're talking a lot about public safety. And I think often that conversation is too narrow, and
I agree.
work that you're doing and then many of the folk before me are doing is keeping many of our young people from entering the criminal justice system and or helping individuals turn their lives around. And we should place a value on that the same way we place a value on MPD and other agencies.
And we have, if we have more time to discuss this with you, the collaboratives have placed a dollar figure on what will cost for us to do this service, even when we're dealing with families that are connected to the public safety system.
That would be helpful, because I think we're talking about public safety. Everybody acknowledges that it's the #1 issue, but our schools are receiving cuts, mental health services are receiving cuts, people on the front lines are receiving cuts, and the rhetoric just isn't matching the numbers. And so again, I thank you for your work, and if you that would be great.
I appreciate that.
Those for you, Ms. Giddens. I appreciate the work that you're leading. I would ask on a different front, can you elaborate any work you're doing or data you have related to truancy? Like, how are you helping young people that may be absent from school get back on track?
Sure, I can. We're actually one of the only collaboratives now who had a truancy prevention program through the SUSO program. We were in 9 Ward 4 schools up until last year. We have had that program for some time. We are now in Ward 6, 7, and 8 in 4 elementary schools.
And can I, my time is ticking. So
yes,
anecdotally, out of your services and approaches, what has been most impactful to help get a student back on track that is truant?
Dealing with the family history and providing services both to the children, because these are elementary school children, but it's also connecting and linking with their families and their parents and providing those services directly. Unfortunately, that program is looking to be cut this year going into FY 25's budget.
And what was the cost of that program?
Um,
And if you don't have that offhand, if you could follow up, because
sure.
the council and the city is also talking about truancy. And
I-
and I just think a lot of these issues are connected and we're not seeing how they're connected. But I am over time. I want to thank you all for sharing your
Sure.
testimony. I know I didn't get to everyone, but I'm going to turn it back over to Councilwoman Lewis George. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleague, Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, who is a champion in this area, who's been my co-chair today. When he gets his own committee next year, as you all know, you already see he's going to do a phenomenal job. So want to appreciate him and his staff as well. Thank you for co-chairing this with me today. All right, let's get to some questions. Got a lot of witnesses here. So let me start. Fernanda and Mary, want to talk to you. Thank you both for your testimonies and work with home visiting. I'm also concerned that I don't see the 300,000 recurring enhancement that I put in CFSA's budget last year for home visiting salaries in the proposed budget. I'll be asking CFS about this later today. My office will be working on this before our committee budget is passed. But you know, often this comes up in conversations at forums and things of that nature. And people are like, well, who's supporting parents and who's doing this work? And I try to talk to them about the work that our home visiting programs do, especially as it relates to the fathers as well, which is the only program in the city that supports fathers as well. Can you describe why is it important this funding is reoccurring and not one time, and what it means if this enhancement is taken away next year? Will the number of home visitors or home visits be potentially reduced?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. In terms of our funding, it would mean a reduction in staffing. Also, as you know, like the funding that you place in the budget for fiscal year 2024 allowed us to do increases in our home visitor compensation. Home visitors on average earn about $46,000 a year. So again,
Meaning home visitors are only making $46,000 a year.
That's correct.
In the District of Columbia.
Correct.
Okay, keep going.
Thank you. So, and again, it's very important job that the home visitors are doing. They have to work flexible hours to accommodate to families' needs, make sure that they're available when they're available. A reduction of 100,000 would mean a reduction in our staffing, and it would mean, again, a reduction in the families that we serve. Each home visitor can serve up to 25 families. So depending on the number of positions that we need to reduce, we would be looking at reduction in families as well.
Yeah. And what is that critical work that home visitors are doing for families that makes it so important to make sure we have home visitors in place?
Thank you. Earlier today, we had one of our fathers provide testimony, and he provided a very compelling testimony. I wish others would be available to listen to it in English. However, there was no translation, but he spoke about how Jimmy, actually, who is sitting next to me, has provided services to him in this difficult time. His wife passed away 2 years ago, and he had to deal with becoming a full-time parent and a single parent for his family, while at the same time dealing with other paperwork and dealing with the autopsy for his wife, having to move homes because he could no longer stay where he was living before. So a lot of transitions, and at the same time, while supporting the father, making sure that relationship between the father and the child remains intact and is strengthened over time, because we want to make sure that the father is equipped to support his child during the loss of his mother, and that the child is also on track for success. We want to make sure the child is ready to learn when it's time to go to school. So we're doing developmental screenings to make sure that everything is developing according to age and milestones. We provide support, on-hand support in terms of the parent-child relationship. We provide curriculum about parenting and coaching. And at the same time, we connect fathers with resources in the city just to make sure that their needs are being met. And this can include housing, include food pantries, behavioral health programs, employment services, and the list keeps going, right? Because the needs are great. So the home visitors are kind of like lifelines for many of the fathers that we serve.
Okay. And the population you serve, what's the sort of socioeconomic background of the population you serve? What's that makeup of your clients?
Most of the families that we serve are low-income families here in the district.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and we'll be following up with CFSA later and working within the committee budget, and we'll keep you updated as to what that will look like in that final passage. Next, I want to Patricia. Is Patricia still? I see Patricia online. Patricia, you're still here. I see you. Okay, great.
Yes.
And the need for not only maintaining funding levels, but also securing Medicaid reimbursement. Can you talk more about what needs to happen to get Medicaid reimbursement for HIPPY program and other home visiting programs? Like what do we need to do?
Actually, I've been part of the committee, and at the moment, I know we're still trying to get that organized. We have a subcommittee in which we meet to better ensure that we are preparing a proposal. At the moment, I believe the proposal has been submitted, and they're currently working on trying to secure the funding, since we find this to be a critical piece of the program. But I don't have any more updates. We have someone else in the organization dealing specifically with this piece.
Okay. Do you have a time? Oh, Mary, I think Mary has an answer here.
HIPPY is an evidence-based home visiting program. So if the funding is, or if the legislation is funded, they would be able to participate in the creation of the state plan agreement and like apply for those funding.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'll work on that. And then there's a group convening, is what you were saying?
Yes, there is a group that is meeting to currently prepare documentation to present and to present a case on the reasons why the home visiting programs would significantly benefit from the Medicaid, since they provide an integral support to the families and children.
Got it. And are you all aware of the timeline of sort of when they will be finished their recommendations?
So we've been in contact with the Committee on Health and their communication with the OCFO. Our last communication with them was that they were hoping to have a new FIS by the end of the week.
Okay.
And we are preparing for the Committee of Health DHCF hearing on Monday.
Wonderful. Okay, great. And we'll just make sure that we have those questions in that for that hearing. At least Councilmember Henderson will ask it if we're not present, to be able to ask it ourselves. Okay, great. Thank you. Kanaya, I'll be asking about CFSA, what is in the budget for the DC Children's Trust Fund, but could you tell me more about the impacts? Previous budget cuts have how it's impacted your work, sort of the budget cuts there?
Yes, thank you for the question. The cut has been, 2/3 of my budget has been taken away. So there's only one person, one staff person, and my salary is only, they're funding about a little bit over a quarter of my salary. So what has been provided is really not adequate. There are specific programs that we are conducting, and those programs, again, their money's allocated for the programs. But if you have an event like the parent leadership honoring that we do in February, we had to change that from a dinner to a lunch, and then the food exceeds the amount of money that's in the budget to pay for the event. So we have all along, we have to been creative in terms of actually what we're doing. But I do work with contractors so that we don't have to incur a lot of administrative costs, but it is basically crippling the trust fund. And as I said, there's a trust fund in every state. And prevention, when we put them, these have been very powerful presentations by my colleagues, but primary prevention and direct services are on two different levels. And when you do primary prevention, you really reduce the number of people that have to be served in such intensive services. So we would like to, as I said, we have been the lead agency for primary prevention for many years, so 20 or more. And so we understand that CFSA now has that role, but adequate funding for primary prevention. That's before people become at risk. That's before these services are needed. Those are critical to making sure that the community is healthy. Primary prevention also addresses, we give out messages, we promote a family-friendly community. So we deal more, we approach it through the socio-ecological framework so that we're looking at prevention on all of those levels, the social and the community and the state and the national.
Got it.
So it has basically crippled us.
Got it. Understood. Okay. We'll follow up and ask some questions of CFSA to just try to get a sense of sort of what we're doing with the Children's Trust Fund, and if it's not effectively funded, it sort of it doesn't have its effectiveness, and it's sort of how are we moving forward with this, I think, historical fund and program.
And comparatively speaking, when you think about the funding that, I mean, CFSA is dealing with millions of dollars. We're talking $200,000, which is not a lot of money. And in terms of completing that spectrum of services that are supported, primary prevention should be right there, along with secondary, tertiary intervention and crisis intervention.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Deborah and Dion. First of all, I mean, take personal privilege. Deborah, it's good to see you. Shout out to Deborah and the Georgia Avenue Power represent Ward 4. We appreciate you. Point of privilege.
Thank you.
And Deanna and everybody, I love the Far Southeast Collaborative. Uptown and South Side are well taken care of and has some of the best staff, best leadership in the city. Want to and the entire collaborative as well, in the work that everyone is doing throughout the city. The biggest concern I had sort of with you all is sort of the flat funding in the proposed budget and whether it would be sufficient to meet the expected increased demand for collaborative services, especially following the full launch of the 211 warm line in October 2024. I guess what is sort of, since the warm line has rolled out, what is sort of the increase in demand look like? And what would it take? My answer to that question is probably no, flat funding isn't enough to meet the expected increase in demand, but what funding would help at least meet that increased demand?
Councilmember, Deborah, do you mind me going? I'm actually in the hospital now, and I
No,
really,
no,
really,
no, you know, I know.
appreciate-
Don't, Dion, go
I
ahead.
appreciate you
go
so
ahead.
very much.
I
Thank you,
understand.
Councilwoman George. It's so good to see you. We appreciate your support. We feel it all the way across the river. So thank you for that all consistently. So I just wanted to start and let Deborah finish up. It will affect us tremendously. We are being now asked to serve a new population that we haven't been consistently asked to serve. The senior population, the single population, through the new warm line concept, which is phenomenal. We do not have the capacity, and I mentioned at the last time, to fully activate the necessary staff to accommodate the request that comes in. What happens then, and I've said this before, when residents are not able to meet their needs immediately, you then are seen as an organization that cannot do the work in the city, and that's not the case. It's the requests and the way they come in and how quickly we have to respond to the egregious amount of financial struggles that our families are going through. We're talking about exorbitant bills, from anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 utility bills, the back rents that we're having to pay. It's just enormous. So to really be able to do that with a flatline funding process, that with no necessary direct increase, it's going to be difficult. And many families are not going to be able to get their needs met. And I'll stop there and turn it over to my colleague.
I would wholeheartedly support what Dion has said. And I would say more specifically, you know, at minimum, at least at Georgia Avenue, we need at least at minimum one additional staff person, if not two. And then specifically regarding flex funds, which is emergency assisted money, Dion has already talked about the amount of requests that we're getting and the budget that we've had, which was the existing flex funds budget with only minimal amounts being added to that in this year. It's not sufficient and it won't be sufficient. And I want to go back to last year. Last year, we had a cut of 9+% to our budget. So when we're talking about in 2025 being flat, it's being flat at a budget that was cut the preceding year. As a result of that, I was not able, at least at Georgia Avenue, to provide cost of living increases for the staff. Now I'm going into another year dealing with the amount of work and services that we're providing that Dion really articulated well, and with a flat budget, looking at CFSA, putting in money to their budget to make cost of living and other adjustments, salary adjustments, and I'm having a flat budget that can't do the same thing. That definitely impacts our ability to provide the services at the level that we really need to continue to maintain these services.
Yeah. So what I imagine is, so first of all, you have the staff who have their large caseloads, which
yes,
and their clients are coming to them both financially struggling, but when you're financially struggling, you're also mentally, emotionally, physically struggling as well. And so I think they're trying to, because your staff has a heart for this work, they're trying to help everybody, trying to do as much as they can, but they're naturally going to feel exhaustion and burnout. And when you add exhaustion and burnout and not adequate pay, it is a recipe for people to walk away.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And then it puts us in some extent in competition with the same agency that we're providing the services for.
That's right.
And so, you know, we want to provide quality. You know, one of the things that I said was accountability. Well, we can't be accountable without providing the quality and level of services that we need to do. And that's been something that we've prided ourselves in doing. So you're exactly right, Chairwoman Lewis George, in terms of what your speculation is around this.
And now let me ask you about flex funding and the clients you serve.
Uh-huh.
I know the city has multiple different programs. I just want to get a sense of how you all tap into those programs, but also how you use your flex funding. I come to you, I am a mother of 3. I have disabilities. I have children with disabilities. My utility bills are behind, water, electric, everything. Say I'm $13,000 in the rear. I'm facing an eviction. I'm facing an eviction. ERAP application came out. I was too late to apply. I applied at 8 o'clock that night. All the money was already gone. I'm facing an eviction and I need $3,800 in order for me to continue to stay in my house. I come to the collaborative. I need your help. My utility bills are $13,000 behind. I need $3,800 for rent. ERAP already is closed. Help me. What can, and then what do you do?
We look at the resources that we have available through our flex fund budget, okay? Which are limited based on what we've already put in our budget. Then we try to help negotiate payment arrangements. And that's where our direct support and services in working with our clients and with their landlords, et cetera. And that's the direct support that we provide so that we can be of assistance in negotiating those arrangements. And that goes far in many instances to help support making arrangements. It doesn't ameliorate everything, but it certainly does help to address those issues. Now, we're still dealing with large sums of money in many instances. And so it really requires us to look at a combination of how did this individual come to us, through what program, and then we try to tap into other informal supports.
Got you.
Okay.
Yep. And at the current flex, your flex funds are sort of at this point remaining flat too. You have the same amount you had last year in flex dollars to support families.
We did. We got some increase because East River Family Support Collaborative was able to distribute some additional dollars that they received across all of their travelers, but it was a smaller amount of about $4,000 in addition to what we currently had. But in terms of receiving additional flex funds just for the warm line, That has not happened. So we're using current funding to help do that. That $4,000 was supposed to be spread across that. That's not, you can have a single individual with a request for $4,000.
That's right. Okay,
Okay, a single family, I should say.
got it.
And now we're also supporting individuals, adults, et cetera, as opposed to just families.
Got it. And as far as who's on your staff, as far as sort of what the titles are, I know you all obviously have social workers, support staff. Do you all have attorneys too on staff, meaning an attorney to sort of support in legal matters, et cetera? Like,
not on staff. We have access to that when we need it. And our staff are all entitled to the same thing across the collaboratives. They're family support workers. They're different levels in terms of their supervisors are at another level, or generally MSWs who are certified, et cetera. But these are family support workers who are the case managers.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yep. I know you all have some numbers. You can you just share? Well, offline, can we share numbers with the committee of sort of what would help to make help the ability for you to sort of increase flex funding, but also help the ability for you to pay your staff adequately and make sure that they can get the cost of living increase that others are getting across the spectrum. If you could just share that with us so we could try to at least support it that way, we would appreciate it.
We absolutely can do that, and we would be really glad to do that. So thank you for asking that.
Sebastian Wyman from my team, you're gonna send him an email and we'll be
okay. We'll do so.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course, thank you.
All righty, have a great afternoon.
You and Dion, we're gonna be praying for you and hope all things are well at the hospital. We are sending our prayers and well wishes to your family. Sabrina, I want to come to you. I understand.
Thank you.
I'm going to sign off now. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye-bye.
I understand the Office of Youth Empowerment is moving to the Office of Well-Being. Have you been told if this move will affect the Making Money Grow program? She may have head out. Okay, I don't see her. You all can, yes. If you finish, I still have questions for you. You got to stay. Okay, you stay. Okay, great. Thank you. Chantel, I'm going to check with CFSA, but have you been, or so what is the proposed budget for the Family Preservation Project?
We do not have a proposed budget as of yet, but I can get back to you by the end of the week and let you know.
Okay, great. Ralph, it's good to see you in your new leadership role.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you all on Friday.
Yes.
For the celebration. You mentioned the district's resource parent reimbursement rate of $38, far behind Maryland's, which is $58.85 a day. Do you know how many resources parents currently get? How many sort of resource parents currently get this rate? I'm just trying to get a sense of how much it would cost to increase the rate.
Well, yeah, to increase the rate from the 38 to the 58 would be about, it would range between $1.5, $1.7 million, depending upon the number of youth in that category. As stated earlier, some parents receive the base rate of 38, then some other parents who have youth in their homes that have intensive needs, they get the DENS rate of 49.50. And so there will be a range if we were to increase the stipend to 58.85.
Okay. Last year we talked a little bit about sort of your families and the clients you serve and sort of the need for us to do a better job at supporting them early on before they get to you in dire circumstances that they often come to you in. What sort of and I always appreciate the profiles that you include in your testimony. It's just great, sort of highlighting what those issues are. What is are you seeing improvements? If you're not seeing, have you seen improvements in sort of where they are when they come to you? And if not, what can we do sort of in this budget to try to change that trajectory?
I think what we're seeing And we do appreciate our public partner, CFSA, and Director Matthews for the supports that he allows us to continue to have. I think what works is this robust team that's multidisciplinary, that includes the social workers, that includes our family support workers, that includes now our in-house mental health therapists, that they have been a tremendous contribution to our ability to meet the needs of our young people, not having to refer our young people out for therapeutic services and not having to go on the wait list and not to have to experience transition of multiple therapists. But to have in-house therapists has made a big change and that has helped us. But also our family engagement, our parent engagement team, our kinship navigators, as well as our parent engagement specialists. They have resourced our birth families in a tremendous way that has really helped us to then actually have more kids return home and be safe. I think that has been a big help over the last couple of years.
Understood. Okay. I want to ask, you are a professional foster parent licensed with NCCF. I wanted to ask sort of about your experience and what we can do to better support foster parents and how the low rate impacts your ability to care for children, sort of the low rate of funding you get impacts your ability to care for children.
Thank you for that question.
And I love your purple hair.
Thank you. Helps me connect to the young ladies who join my family. I specialize in teen moms.
Okay.
And so I have the teenager as well as their infant in the home. And the young ladies who join our family have different challenges dealing with self-esteem and insecurities at home. Some want to go back home, some don't want to go back home, some don't want to be independent. And trying to meet those different needs change daily. It's like taking a different layer off. Each day I'm introduced to a new young lady in my home, trying to meet what she might want to help her be a better human being and a better parent to her child. So the funds will help with different things, different avenues, give them other supports and just different advantages that they wouldn't receive at home.
Okay, understood. Thank you for the work that you are doing, especially with teen mothers. That's a beautiful thing. And I appreciate you helping them in that journey and the support that you get from NCCF in doing so. Truly appreciate it. Tina, I want to come to you. Where are we failing as a city as it relates to supporting youth who are being trafficked, and where are the gaps that we need?
That was a great question, actually. So, as a survivor, I think it kind of pains me, to be honest with you, that some of the same things that our youth experience, I experienced 100 years ago. And that would be the following. We see all our beautiful faces and our diversity in the city, but we still have to constantly say culturally competent, and what that actually means. So I think people put a name and say, oh, I'm an anti-sex trafficking organization, but we don't think about the youth. Are they connecting to those agencies? Do they understand? And what else do they do? So that would be number one. But number two would be housing. One of the things we do is talk with our resource parents and try to get them, right, to understand more. And a lot of these resource parents are stretched thin. They're not making enough. No one told them they were trafficked at all. So they don't even understand the trauma that the youth are going through. So our youth are leaving. We're not talking about the real issues. How many youth are actually being trafficked? We don't have, right, a 24-hour location just for trafficked youth. That's why we want to be 24 hours and have a respite for the youth, because they will stay. We have more than a program, so that's a gap. We want program, but we forget, especially trafficking and other trauma, they need a family, a positive family to learn from, something that's long-term. That's why we see our youth, some are 12, but they're not going to see them when they're 24 and 25, because we forget, just because they received some counseling for 6-7 months and we're like, oh, it's okay, everything's fine because it checks our boxes. But the reality is, it took me 10 years to get out the life, and it took some of our youth even longer. I was 9 years old when my trafficking started, and 90% of our youth were between 9 and 11.
Wow. Wow, 9 and 11.
Yeah, and I was 9. And so I think just saying, oh, a trafficking survivor, we all have different experiences that we can bring to different tables, right? And so I think that's one. Putting everybody as it's the same, it's not. It's not the same. And listening to the youth about what they actually want. They say it all the time. And I think listening to them. And my last thing I would say, the gap would be listening to them. So at Courtney's house, our youth help hire new hires. So anybody that's working directly with the youth actually interview. So I can always say that yes, our youth, we have a youth policy group. So they actually spoke a few years ago to different council members about their experience in care, and they are actually willing to do that now. We still have a youth advisory council, and just to let you know, I had to get federal funding because I paid them $60 an hour, regular consultant fees. So we're going to say that we want to make sure our youth in DC have funding, have money themselves, then I need to make sure in my programs, I'm not offering $25 and $50 gift cards at all. I am trying to get them paid at 12 and 13 as counts at regular, right, consultants, because they're valuable and the information they give are valuable. Those are the gaps.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. We're gonna talk to CFSA about how we fill those gaps, but also how our other community partners can fill those gaps. I know the work you all do is critical, and you stand in the way, but I also want to thank you for sharing your testimony and being willing to share that. That testimony will, I think, also help and support others as well. But I would love to meet with the Youth Advisory Council.
Yes.
So if we could set up a meeting for me to talk to the youth directly, I would really appreciate doing that. Because I remember which council members I spoke to when I was a young person. I can remember I came into council's office and Kwame Brown was the one council member who said, come in this office and let's talk. And he gave me an hour of his time. So when I see him to this day, I say, you don't remember when I was 16, Kwame, I walked into your office and you listened to me and it made a difference. So I want to make sure we talk to your youth advisory council too, and get that feedback directly of how we can support them. So let's set that up as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, we are going to move to our government witnesses. I'm going to do a 5-minute break so everybody can get prepared, get water, restroom, et cetera. And then we will get started with that. I want to thank all of our public witnesses. I want to send a reminder that please, if you did not have submit your written testimony, please to submit your written testimony, upload it to the council hearing management system. You have time to make it a part of our official record by May 2nd at 5 p.m. So please do so. If it was someone who did not get to testify, they can still upload that to the hearing management system. With that, we will take a 7-minute recess and come back ready to go. Thank you. I got stopped in the hallway. I watched the legal accounting. They were, can we just make our pitch really quick? I was like, I gotta hear it. Okay. Let us get started. All right. This is why you're not supposed to go nowhere without your staff, because then you don't got a body, a body person to save you. All right. All right, we are now joined by Director Robert L. Matthews, Director of Child and Family Services Agency, Tanya Trice. Look at me. Chief of Staff of CFSA, I got it right this year. Thank you. Justin Kopaka. All right. Agency Fiscal Officer. Thank you all for being here today. Before you begin your testimony, I'm going to administer an oath to you and your team, so please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Facilities and Family Services is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you, and you may begin your testimony, Director.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Councilmember Lewis George, members of the committee, and staff. I'm Robert L. Matthews, Director of Child and Family Service Agency, CFSA, and I'm honored to testify before you today on our budget plans for fiscal year 2025. Joining me this afternoon are my Chief of Staff, Tanya Trice, and the Agency Fiscal Officer, Justin Kopka. I would like to begin my testimony with gratitude for Mayor Bowser's leadership over the past year and her commitment to the children and families of the District of Columbia. The proposed budget for this year is centered around our core values, with a focus on improving CFSA programs and enhancing services for children. The strategic determination, along with the support of the committee and council, serves as a foundation for this year's proposed budget. The aim is to continue to carry out the organization's mission of protecting children, supporting children at risk, helping their families, and advancing our vision of keeping DC families together. On April 3rd, Mayor Bowser presented the FY 2025 budget and financial plan, the district's 29th consecutive balanced budget. In the Fair Shot budget, the mayor will continue making major investments to the city's most vulnerable communities, including children and families directly served by CFSA, as well as those who benefit from our prevention and early intervention work. The mayor's proposed budget for CFSA, which I will present today, demonstrates her continued commitment to ensuring the agency is resourced to provide preventative, supportive, and community-based services that help families keep their children out of foster care, ensures a robust placement array is available for children when they are not safe at home, and creates forever homes and positive lifelong connections for children who cannot be reunited with their birth families. This support is critical as CFSA transitions from a child welfare agency to a leading the child and family well-being system that our community deserves. We follow a rigorous budget process here at CFSA. Our budget remains relatively flat, and we will continue to maintain a vacancy savings factor of 14%. The local budget has seen an increase, but this is because we are receiving fewer federal dollars as the foster care population decreases. Our overall increase is rooted in personnel services, PS costs versus non-personnel services. And I want to pause because at our community pop-up, what is to be explained is that these increases are not related to cost of living increases. We have unionized positions where they have steps. We have individuals who have retired and the increased cost of fringe benefits. So as I've heard our partners talk about, there's not anyone in CFSA receiving a cost of living increase. While it may not be possible to implement new programs, CFSA will continue to focus on improving our existing programs to better meet the needs of district residents. My testimony today will provide an overview of what CFSA's FY 2025 budget supports and where the agency has made strategic investments. CFSA's proposed FY 2020 budget continues to reflect the district's longstanding commitment to child welfare prevention and early intervention, quality services for children in foster care, and support for program performance improvements. For FY 2025, we will also continue to focus on fostering partnerships, diversifying our placement array, providing prevention options for children and families, expanding our 211 warm line, keeping DC families together, and strengthening supports for staff recruitment and retention. The overall FY 2025 budget request for CFSA is $222.4 million, with a net increase of $1.1 million under the FY 2024 approved budget. This proposed budget includes $167.3 million in local and special purpose funds and $53.2 million in federal funds. The FY 2025 proposed budget includes an elimination of $1.48 million to Wayne Place, which includes the total cost covering program services, rent, and security for the location. This is due to low CFSA utilization, and all youth have plans, long-term housing upon transitioning from Wayne Place. There is also an elimination of $100,000 for rapid housing assistance, which is known as RHAP. That program served a bridge to families awaiting housing vouchers or other housing assistance. The elimination is due to low utilization, and we now plan to support families using flexible funding. Lastly, there is proposed $1.35 million cut to the district's Safe Shores initiative. In the FY 2025 budget, we have sustained investments in the collaboratives and family success centers, home visiting programs, placement services, and the grandparent caregivers program, along with the close relative caregivers program. In FY 2024, CFSA underwent an organizational realignment to reposition the core functions of staff throughout the agency and enhance CFSA's commitment to keeping DC families together. This realignment also supports CFSA's ability to simplify and integrate many of our administrative processes. We moved prevention-related efforts to the Office of Thriving Families, formerly known as Community Partnerships, which included the Mayor's Services Liaison's Office, Engage and Connect, the GCP and CRCP. The Office of Wellbeing welcomed the Office of Youth Empowerment, which has been renamed the Older Youth Empowerment Administration. This move will help OYE focus on the well-being of our older youth. The Office of Out-of-Home Support is now the Office of In-Home and Out-of-Home Care. The In-Home Administration now falls under this office. These shifts allow us to streamline our focus on older youth and provide preventive care to families. And lastly, we remove resource parent recruitment and support to the Office of Policy Planning and Program Support and subsidy to the Business Services Administration. This alignment was instrumental in helping us to align similar functions to put related work together while maintaining equity among management regarding team size. We are currently expanding our range of placement options, striving to find better ways to fulfill the unique needs of children and youth in our care. Our focus is not just on the number of beds available, but also on ensuring that the placement comes with the necessary resources and support to ensure stability. CFSA has seen a significant decrease in our foster care population compared to pre-pandemic levels. In 2020, our census was 692, and as of March 2024, there are approximately 515 youth in care. Throughout FY 2024, CFSA have made sound investments in our placement array, including the establishment of the Bridge program and opening Allen House. We have established great partnerships with our partners, Life Deeds and Sasha Bruce, and they are both committed to CFSA and serving our youth. The Bridge program is a nurturing group home environment that provides immediate short-term placement support, 24-hour board and care, and the social service supports such as holistic health and education assessments to help inform long-term placement options. The Bridge program has a 6-bed capacity for youth, male and female, between the ages of 13 and 17. The Bridge program opened September 22nd, 2023, and our first youth was placed on September the 25th. We have had an average at least 3 youth placed there on any given time. The Allen House is a 6-bed therapeutic group home managed by Sasha Bruce. This is a program specifically for CFSA youth, male and female, between the ages of 13 and 17. Allen House was fully up and running on January the 2nd, 2023. We placed our first youth on January the 4th. The Allen House is currently at capacity with 6 placements. Life Deeds has had 11 children placed with them since the start of their contract. The average stay of youth with this provider is 32 days, with the maximum stay at 95 days and the minimum at least 3 days. In FY 2023, there were a total of 124 overnight stays Those are within CFSA's offices. 2 youth accounted for 103 of them. In FY 2024, Q1, there were a total of 2 overnight stays with 2 youths. Through the Bridge program, we anticipate continuing to see a decrease in overnight stays at CFSA headquarters and increase youth stability through wraparound short-term supports in preparation for long-term placement. We have been successful in reducing the number of emergency placements that go beyond 30 days. Furthermore, we are making progress in decreasing the frequency of placement disruptions. Despite the recent expansion of our placement array, it is imperative that we continue our efforts to ensure that stability of placements of children and youth in foster care. As of April the 1st, there were 22 youth placed at the Transitional Housing Program Wayne Place. Of those 22, 5 youth are from CFSA and 17 youth are from the Department of Behavioral Health, known as DBH. The Wayne Place intake process is closed to new applicants for CFSA. CFSA's FY 2024 priority is in enhancing older youth supports, which include the strategic focus on shifting from short-term transitional housing programs to a more planful approach for long-term housing opportunities. As a result of preserving our kids' equity through trust, the Pocket Act, youth will have housing plans that will serve as the foundation for strategically supporting youth with securing long-lasting, stable housing. Also, as an additional support, we plan to explore an independent living program specifically for youth ages 18 to 21. Our objective is to maintain a diverse range of placement options that cater to the specific needs of every child and youth who enters our care. We are planning to explore potential additional investments, similar models, family-style homes with an array of social, cultural, supportive resources. The current need is for youth ages 18 plus. I am committed to continuing our assessment of our placement array and expanding our placement options further to ensure we achieve this goal. In 2019, DC became the first jurisdiction to submit and receive approval for the Family First Prevention Act, CFFPSA, 5-year prevention plan. DC's plan included a groundbreaking secondary prevention community pathway, working with the Healthy Families Thriving Communities Collaboratives. Since the initial approval, CFSA has continued to think strategically and innovatively about how Family First can utilize to broaden CFSA's prevention efforts and move upstream to better support families and prevent child abuse and neglect. For the past 2 years, CFSA has been working with the Department of Human Services, DHS, to realize an innovative and practical approach to preventing child abuse and neglect. To realize this goal, CFSA submitted a Title IV-E plan amendment to broaden the target population for prevention services under Family First to include children and families who have been determined eligible for homeless services, currently experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness by DHS's Virginia Williams Family Resource Center. On February the 28th, 2024, CFSA received notice that our Title IV-E Prevention Plan Amendment had been approved. This partnership with DHS presents the opportunity to implement a unique primary prevention community pathway designed to A, reduce duplication of case management services, B, reduce unnecessary CFSA involvement, and 3, leverage federal funds to enhance access to motivational intervening-based case management for vulnerable populations. CFSA and DHS aims to improve services for families experiencing homelessness, to help more children and youth stay safely in their homes. DHS plans to achieve this by connecting families with community-based providers and other social service agencies in the district to prevent child welfare agency involvement. While specific federal revenue cannot be projected at this time, CFSA and DHS expect federal revenue to help offset local costs for homeless services, freeing up more local funding for other critical social services to prevent child abuse and neglect. On October 30th, 2023, CFSA successfully partnered with the Office of Unified Communications and the Health and Families Thriving Communities Collaboratives to begin operations of the 211 Warm Line and Community Response Model in a soft launch format. As part of the soft launch, our 4 dedicated call agents and 1 supervisor are triaging social service-related calls that come into 211, providing accurate and timely information to callers and making referrals to community responders and community-based organizations as needed. As of March 19th, 2024, 3,514 calls have been received since the soft launch on October 30th, 2023. Wards 5, 7, and 8 have recorded the highest number of calls. However, these 3 wards comprise only 50% of all tracked calls with available geographic information. The most sought-after services include housing and shelter, utilities and income support, which together make up 75% of all tracked calls. In March 2024, CFSA announced a partnership with the Doris Duke Foundation through the Opportunities for Prevention and Transformation Initiative, or Opt-in for Families. This initiative aims to demonstrate that actively connecting families to coordinated voluntary support services in their communities, along with cash or material support, is a cost-effective, scalable way to prevent abuse and neglect. Doris Duke's Foundation's Opt-in Families is a 3-year initiative to create and test a meaningful alternative to the child welfare system, one that harnesses upstream community response to drive change. This includes continuing to build the infrastructure and supports around DC 211 warm line with a specific focus on providing a service pathway for calls screened out from the child welfare hotline. Supporting families and navigating voluntary community-based services, meeting the needs of families through cash and material assistance, increasing engagement of families. CFSA considers the 211 warm line and community response model in partnership with the Doris Duke Foundation as essential for developing a child and family wellbeing system in the District of Columbia. By FY 2025, CFSA aims to publicly launch the 211 warm line and community response model to serve as a comprehensive, unified social services resource and referral call center for all DC residents. Our goal with this initiative is to create a caring, diverse community in the district. This community is comprised of residents, nonprofit, and for-profit organizations and government agencies working together seamlessly to ensure that all individuals, children, and families not only survive, but thrive. We want to encourage district agencies to adopt a unified approach to well-being. This approach will prioritize families, and their voice will be central to decision-making and problem-solving. In closing, the FY 2025 proposed budget makes certain that CFSA can continue to support performance improvements, meet our mission, and provide critical services to children and families. Sufficient funding gives us an unprecedented chance to reimagine what is achievable in child welfare. With these investments, CFSA is in a position to enhance the lives of individuals in our community. Mayor Bowser and the DC Council are critical allies in our efforts to support the district's most vulnerable children and to give them and their families a fair shot at recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic as strong as the rest of our great city. I speak on behalf of everyone at CFSA when I say I'm grateful for your partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm prepared to answer your questions at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for your thorough testimony and the work that you have been doing all year through the agency. I really appreciate all that you all have done as an agency and making improvements over the year. I want to start with the proposed abolishment of the Office of the Ombudsman for Children. I know it's not in your, it's not CFSA, but the agencies are linked in sort of inseparably linked. And I want to know, since the Office of Ombudsman Children was cut out in this budget, does that mean that included in your budget is sort of there used to be ombudsman for children within your office? Since it was cut since the mayor cut the office completely, did that mean that it added to you a position within your office?
So there currently is not within our budget to have a position specifically to take in those external concerns. I think what I could speak to is that we believe that we would have the infrastructure if the office was not in place. I've heard again from prior testimonies of the need for impartiality. And I think that's important. That's important around transparency. That's important around ensuring that children in foster care needs are met. I think what I can say is that the partnership that we have with the offices is in a great position. But I can also speak to the reason that we were able to exit the lawsuit was to show that we built in the continuous quality improvements to ensure that the agency does not end up back in the shape it was during the time we were in a lawsuit.
Okay, understood. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna work to restore it, but I just wanted to make sure if it wasn't, that when the decision was made, that there was also a consideration of what impact that could potentially have on your office and the need to add that additional infrastructure back in if that was a consideration, but I appreciate your response there. Let's talk about vacancy caseload update. Director, you mentioned in your testimony, CFSA maintains a vacancy savings factor of about 14%. How much is that?
So usually what we do in terms of course, a vacancy factor is very connected to the budget, meaning that we have to have a certain number of positions that are pretty much held. Currently, in terms of our vacancies, we have about 114 in total.
Mhm.
Of those, I'm sure people are very interested to know how many of those are social workers. It's about 54. Well, there are about 63 social worker vacancies. Of those, there are some that are within our hotline investigations and some of our in-home and out-of-home administrations.
Okay, so as far as dollar amount savings, what does that dollar amount equate to?
About $15 million.
About 15 million. Okay. Can you confirm that no CFSA employee lost a job as a result of any of the FTE cuts in the proposed budget?
Yes, I can confirm that.
Right, okay. Doing performance oversight to address high caseloads among social workers due to high vacancies, we spoke about your plans to allow masters of social work to complete some of the work that LSWs, license of social workers, currently do, but that does not require a license to do. How is that going? Have caseloads improved? And what is in this budget to improve social worker caseloads?
Great question, Chairperson. So we definitely wanted to explore of how we could utilize bachelor's level social workers who are also licensed, worked with the Board of Social Work to get that approved, which was unprecedented. What we have not found to be totally transparent is that pipeline of social workers being able to be recruited and hired. I think we have maybe around 2 or 3 that we've been able to hire. As a result of that, one of the moves that I also made was to allow there to be more hiring of what we call our family support workers, specifically in child protective services. So every child protective service unit now has a family support worker, which can also take off a lot of the administrative loads. For instance, if they need to get access to educational records, if they need to get access to medical records, things that social workers would normally have to do. Now an FSW can take a lot of that load off of the social worker so they can do more of the engagement directly with those families. And we've seen that that has helped to, I would say, level out what I call a workload versus a caseload.
Gotcha.
The caseload may be a little higher than we normally would have it, but what we do see over time is that the workload is beginning to level out some based on some of those shifts.
Based on some of the shifts, okay. And so family support workers are non-licensed MSWs.
So family support workers are non-licensed. They have a bachelor's degree, but they may not be a bachelor's degree in social work.
Understood.
But a related field.
But a related field.
Yes.
Okay, got you. Okay. Let's talk about the local budget. I want to walk through the proposed budget division, by division to just get on record. Where are the increases and decreases and what that will mean for youth and families involved with CFSA. First, want to go to hotline and investigations. There's a 2.3 million cut there. This is where Safe Shores is funded from, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So how much of the 2.3 million cut is from Safe Shores?
So Safe Shores is budgeted at 1.35. Yeah.
Okay, so what makes up the rest of the cut in investigation?
So priorly, when we talked about some of the realignment, we used to have an office called Entry Services, which is now Hotline Investigations. Within that was the in-home administration. The in-home administration now with that division has now realigned to be in-home and out-of-home. So you may see that a number of workers from that move is not necessarily a decrease in cost there, but just a move of the personnel.
Got it. Okay, and I see, so 10, it looks like 10 FTEs was also cut. Are these vacancies or those were moved elsewhere? They were moved.
Yeah, they were moved elsewhere. Yeah, you said 10?
It looks like 10 FTEs was also cut within.
Okay, those 10 were, if my memory serves me correctly. Yeah, I think that was our Engage and Connect unit, which now is under our Office of Thriving Families.
Okay. During public witness testimony, you heard about the invaluable resources and support Safe Shores provides to children who have been sexually or physically abused and the dire consequences of eliminating the program. Director, I'm gonna be frank with you. I was like, we're not gonna do this again where I have to find this money. So I think the council is once again going to restore Safe Shores. And if we have to find it elsewhere in CFSA's budget, we will, not just because it's a named entity in the DC Code statutorily, but because, their work is critical work. I know, the mayor's investments to support the city's most vulnerable communities is something you've mentioned and something that's important. I just don't see how obliterating a resource for child victims of physical and sexual abuse aligns with sort of that priority. And I just want to make abundantly clear that the shared sacrifice that we're talking about as a city, the mayor keeps talking about, cannot be shared by child victims of physical and sexual abuse. They're on the list of no sacrifice because they've sacrificed enough. So we'll do our part here to restore it, but I just, we've talked about in the past, like whether we should put Safe Shores somewhere else in a different cluster so that we don't have to continue to do this. That'll be a conversation that we're having and sort of where it should go. I know there was conversations about it being with MPD. I just don't think that's the right place for it to go, but nevertheless, Safe Shores has to be funded. It's not in the sacrifice world, they can't be the one sacrificed. Do you have any reaction or response to that?
I do not.
Okay, understood. Office of Thriving Families, moving on. I see cuts to both the grandparents and close relative caregiver programs. During Monday's budget forum, CFSA stated that the cuts are entirely due to the elimination of a contracted position will have no impact to program participants. Can you confirm that that means that the amount of program subsidies and the number of families who receive the subsidies will not be lowered because of these cuts?
That is correct. I
Okay,
can confirm that.
great. The 772,000 for the relative caregiver subsidy is still more than what was spent in fiscal year 23. However, the 6.4 million for the grandparent subsidy is 200,000 less than what was spent in fiscal year 23. Why is that? Is the demand for grandparent subsidy expected to decrease? And if so, why?
So what you may have sometimes, I think in this particular year, you may have more applicants in one program than the other. And if you begin to look at the budget, and we can see that there's a way to ensure that we can continue to process those applicants, we're able to do that. I do know that in terms of keeping those programs flat, and of course, listening to the prior testimony, that it may be projected that there may be a need for more funds. I believe that our budget supports not only our current recipients, but we do have a rigorous process of knowing how many families also age out because the youth may turn 18, that we'll know how many that we can onboard, but also potential. So we do have projections that we believe will be able to continue to onboard applicants as they come. But as always, if there's ever a time, which we haven't had a waiting list in over 4 years, I will always elevate that to ensure that we're able to do that.
Okay. And so what is your reaction to sort of the public witnesses who talked about the current subsidy levels being too low to cover the cost for caring for youth?
Well, I mean, it's not cheap to rear children in the District of Columbia. So I can't sit here and say that it's not. It is true, yes, that the subsidy amount has remained that way for quite some time. I think when we have to think about priorities as we have to in this fiscal climate, to me, it's more important to ensure that we're able to continue to provide the subsidy at the current amount versus trying to request additional dollars to increase the subsidy, of which I know we cannot do at this time.
Got it. Let me ask you this. So far in fiscal year 24, the grandparent caregiver program spent 45% of its funds, and the relative caregiver spent only 32% of its funds. If necessary, does CFSA plan to use unused funds from the relative caregiver program to continue funding the grandparent caregiver program? And has CFSA ever needed to do so before?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Lewis George. The answer to the second question is yes, because the funds were together budgetarily, we were able to do that.
Great.
We could do that again if that's the case. I don't want to say they're fungible because we always want to maintain tracking for tracking purposes clearly, but it has been done.
It has been done. Okay, got you. According to the program's annual report that was released earlier this month, in calendar years 21, 22, and 23, neither program denied an applicant due to insufficient funds, which I thought was great. Does CFSA expect that trend to continue in 2024 and 2025?
Yes.
Yes, great. Great work on that, by the way. Has CFSA begun tracking whether an applicant's family income is above 200% but below 300% poverty level?
So I know our system can't do that. We do have a new team in place to look at that very closely. I think what we're finding, and I think I may have mentioned this at another forum, is some of the concern that may happen is if they recertify in a year, is that the income or subsidy they're receiving from CFSA might impact them on the TANF side. And so I know there were questions in terms of a waiver. Where we are with that now is more so it's not something I could waive or Director Zallinger can waive on their level because, you know, the regulations are what the regulations are, whether it's federal or local. So it would probably require some legislative change in order to waive so that they wouldn't lose one or the other. Because it, you know, in the grand scheme of things, they would need both benefits in order to raise kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know you all are, I don't know if you're formally tracking it or informally tracking it. My ask is just to formally track it so that if we have to make a decision around this, we have the data that we need.
Will do.
Okay. Let's turn to housing and community supports. This is where grants for home visiting come from. Is that correct?
Yes.
It is. Okay. I see a 580,000 reduction to the housing and community supports line. Is that a cut to home visiting?
I think before answering, just to clarify in terms of home visiting, I think what we can say for sure is that some of the cuts in home visiting are probably due to the one-time council enhancements, not necessarily to what their base amounts were probably in FY23. So it probably bases their budget back to those levels because the following year there was an enhancement given from the council one time.
Okay. My goal and my intent, and if you were the mayor, you would say, okay, well then you do it. Is that it's sort of not a one-time thing, but a reoccurring thing that we need to get their base wages up, making $45,000 a year in this and in DC. I don't even know who survives off of $45,000 in DC. You can barely survive off $100,000 in this city, really, because it's ridiculous. Sort of cost of living. So my goal was to not do that. So how much, just sort of with the current reduction I'm seeing of 580,000, how much will each home visiting get in fiscal year 2025?
Okay, so the Improving Fathers program, which is the Mary Center, which they spoke to earlier, it looks like they will be funded at $150,000. The Parents as Teachers, which is our MOU through DC Health, would be funded at $160,000. And I believe there's one more, the Family Place. I said the Fathers. Is maybe this Family Place, Hippie. That's 150,000. So there's 150,000 for Hippie. There's 160,000 for Parents as Teachers, and there's 150,000 for Improving Fathers.
And that basically was like they're the same that they were originally allocated for in the 24 budget before my enhancement went in.
Correct.
Okay. the fiscal year 24 committee report table shows it was reoccurring, and the council budget also office tells me it was recurring. So I guess my question is, did you all take the reoccurring money I put in last year for home visiting?
The reoccurring,
The current, so the fiscal year 24 committee report tables show it is reoccurring, and the council budget office tells me it was reoccurring. So I was just trying to see if that was the case in the table, then did you all take the reoccurring money I put in last year for home visiting?
In FY 25.
Correct.
We can get back to you on that. We had it tracked as one-time funding
For 300K.
for 300K, for
Gotcha.
300K.
Okay. I see an additional cut of 119,719 in community prevention and intervention. What is this affecting?
I apologize, council member. I'm tracking it off the budget book and trying to find that $119,000 number. I apologize.
Let me see. It should be under. I'll tell you. I know it's under housing and community supports. Well, it's, I don't know if you have the page number, E4, page table RL
04.
04.
Yep.
Under Office of Thriving Families. So that budget line, it says community prevention and early intervention.
Which is minus 139,000.
Yes, 139.
No, it relates to the 139,000 relates to what we just spoke about, which was the 300,000 reduction.
300,000.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Turning to collaboratives. Will each collaborative get the same amount as last year?
yes.
Okay. And do you
I'm sorry,
think-
let me back that up. In speaking of 25, we will be going into FY 25 negotiations in terms of determining what their level of funding would be.
Okay.
But as of today, in terms of the total funding for collaboratives, is at the same level.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we heard from the collaboratives and their message was clear. And they're in I think a difficult situation because you all are partners at the same time. But I think everybody knows that they have more burdens right now because of the increase. They're primary community responders to the warm line. There's just increased need in the city regardless, with people needing funds for utilities and rent and all of the above. I guess we're doing great. You're doing great things, especially with warm line and et cetera. Do you think the flat funding is really enough to support the increased work of collaboratives, sort of following the full launch of the warm line and taking into account cost of living in this city?
I think the details I can mention is that, and I'm going to quote myself months ago, I talked to the collaborators and said that even as we do the soft launch of the warm line, what I will not require you to do is to do more work. Now, what that means is what we looked at their contracts and we actually reduced the number of referrals that we would refer from CFSA involved active families to ensure that we provided some cushion and space for potential families that would be served through the warm line, of which we don't have a baseline for at this moment. That's the whole purpose of doing the soft launch. I think the second part of that is to understand the difference in case managing families who are actively involved with CFSA versus families that come from the warm line. From the warm line, it's a much more short-term time of involvement.
Mhm.
From CFSA can be longer because with CFSA, those families usually come to our attention because of abuse and neglect. That said, what they are seeing from the warm line are families who are coming to them with requests for financial assistance.
Mhm.
That's where they get into talks about, the need for additional pots of money, like for discretionary funds or for
Mhm.
flex funds.
Flex funds.
That is totally true. I mean, we're seeing families that, have very absorbent utility costs, things of that nature. What I've tried to help the collaboratives do, which they are doing a good job, is that their pots of money is not the first step. It's like they're the last step in terms of looking at other district resources that families can access and exhaust before they tap their pot, because they have to look at their expenditures on a monthly basis. So we are seeing increased costs that families will need from that side.
Mhm.
And part of that is also looking at, as we now have gotten into this partnership with Doris Duke. So I think this helps to expand our understanding of what is it that the district residents will need, which I then think will inform the type of financial resources we're going to have to really advocate for.
Got it. Okay. I just think collaborative involvement is it's never going to be short-term just because of the nature of the work they do. And so if they don't have funds or capacity to address the problems the family sought help with, even if it's called by the warm line, I just think that those cases will never close because they were never able to sort of solve or resolve the issue for them. So it will probably show up as more caseload versus less, because closing it out is, we didn't have any financial money to give them, so closed case, I guess, or I don't know how they do it if they leave it open. I think collaborative is only step for back rent when ERAP is closed, which happens in a hours period of time when it is opened. I would like to give them more resources, and I would like to know the smartest way to do this, whether it's increase their amount of flex funding or put funding in for them to be able to better retain staff.
I think I always like to lead with data because I'm not saying I would disagree. I think our whole thoughtfulness in a soft launch is to get information, right? And once we get information, that can lead to what we may need. So a lot of times, as we've been doing this work a lot, it's anecdotal information. We already know that families, need.
Mhm.
I think our job now is to put a number to that. And so that's what the soft launch, the whole primary reason for doing it, so that we can come and say, this is what we're seeing. And I believe once we do the full launch in October, looking at how you serve the district in a much expansive way and scalable way, that, expands that piece. So I believe right now, we are able to maintain what we have. So I want to be very clear about that. I do think until we realize the partnership with the Doris Duke, that brings in a different level of support that we haven't seen yet, because we're still designing that.
Okay.
That will in itself is an additional $1 million to support district residents. So we just have to see. And I think, we're going to be in a better position with informed information and data.
Okay. All right. I know we need additional data. I would like is you all, regardless of sort of your opinion on where it will be right now, I want to be thoughtful about, my goal is in this committee budget to try to find a way to add some additional funds to the collaboratives. I would like to do that in a smart way. So just want your collaboration feedback.
Yes.
Is a better way to say this.
Absolutely.
On the best way to do
Absolutely.
that.
We'll do that.
And then we can work from there if it needed to be scaled back later on. But I want the warm line to be successful. And we want families to be successful as I know, as we share. So let's try to figure out what that number, a reasonable number, would look like if I wanted to add those supports there. I want to go to well-being. I see 2 million or 52% cut to older youth empowerment, including 14 FTEs. I'm also seeing a 3 million, or what does it look like? Or 87% increase to well-being and support, including an additional 17 FTEs. You mentioned the Office of Youth Empowerment, not with the new name, is being moved to the Office of Wellbeing, and that this move will help focus on older youth, focus on well-being. So can you elaborate on that? What am I seeing? What will the Office of Wellbeing provide all the same resources that were previously provided by the Office of Youth Empowerment?
Sure. So which is now the Older Youth Empowerment, was formerly under permanency, which is now in home, out of home.
Okay.
And so now it has shifted to the Office of Wellbeing. So that's where those shifts come. Within that, there are no changes in or reductions in the cost of services and programs to older youth. So I want to confirm that as well.
Okay.
What you see are increased to the Office of Wellbeing are the personnel staff that are transitioning from one office to another. And in terms of those supports, what we are working on in this year, because it's one of the agency's priorities, is developing a youth preparedness model that we're hoping to launch in FY 2025. And that is around looking at how we look at different domains of youth, whether it's family connections, mental health, education, financial literacy, bringing all of that into a new model with the youth, the older youth that we're seeing today. The Office of Wellbeing administration really houses the supports. So we believe that a lot of the expertise, and it's being led by Deputy Nicole Gilbert, working very collaboratively to build up those services supports for older youth.
Okay. And so it looks like there's still 3 million left for older youth empowerment. I guess given the office move, why is it that left? Is it for the older youth empowerment lab, the sort of learning accountability building that was established in fiscal year 24?
Okay, so some of that is what we call CHAFE funding. So that's some of the federal funds that go along with that older youth empowerment. And CHAFE funds go to pay for like independent living, some of the shared amounts when youth are connected to what we call our CAB, which is kind of our Making Money Grow. So it's a lot of those type of programs that are housed within it.
And so is older youth empowerment, the lab, being cut?
The lab?
What was it? It was an initiative for learning accountable building. I think it was established in fiscal year 24.
Oh, the CAB or lab?
Oh, maybe I got it wrong.
With the CAB? Capital Area Assets? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, so we still partner with them, and I think they actually testified earlier that they help to provide the financial literacy and financial management for the older youth. Yes.
Okay. And so are we looking at 3 million? Yeah, okay, got it. Older youth empowerment, it looks like, is it right that older youth empowerment is losing 14 FTEs and well-being and support is gaining 17 FTEs? And so my question is, what happened to the other 3 FTEs? Are those vacancies being cut, or did they go somewhere else?
So
They're still
there. Yeah.
Okay. And where were they? Where I guess, where are they? Where are those 3 FTEs going?
Bear with us a moment, Councilman. So you're asking about older youth, right?
Yes.
Okay. The older youth, we had 21, I'm looking, and they were moved in older youth to as the director pointed out. Can we actually, rather than, because there were a lot of moves, if we could submit to the committee kind of where the movements occurred?
Okay,
That would
gotcha.
be helpful.
Yep. Let's move to the agency in-home and out-of-home care. For adoption, subsidy, and supports, I understand there was a 1.4 million reduction for federal grants, and the local budget was increased by 140K, resulting in a 1.2 6 million reduction overall. Is the lower federal grant only due to fewer children in foster care?
Yes.
Okay.
So in terms of, well, let me explain it this way. Because you mentioned did you say adoption subsidies or the guardianship?
Adoption subsidy.
So yes, and so basically how that comes about is, of course, when there are adoption agreements and you go through to look at, what is the cost of that? But what you're saying is that there are less, as we do less kids in foster care, as you mentioned, it reduces the reimbursements that we receive from the federal government. And basically all of this is looking at the projections of kids in foster care, as you've seen, have decreased over time.
Okay. And does the proposed 17.7 million leave open any capacity for increased need for the subsidies?
So what we do, Chairwoman Lewis George, is we estimate the number of children. Again, it's the same as the director pointed out earlier. We look at kids who are going to age out. We anticipate the number of new adoptions that are going to happen within the year. It's essentially a calculation. So, and from there, we're able to forecast, okay, of that population that we're going to fund, how much revenue can we attain through the adoption federal source? So the rates that are there are roughly equivalent to the foster care rates. So to your question, is there would not be there would not be flexibility, if you will, to change rates.
Understood. Okay. So I guess what if more kids than estimated enter foster care? Do we get more federal funds?
Well, correct. Well, first, there's two things, right? There's those children who enter foster care, and there's how do I want to explain this? In the revenue world, in the Title IV-E grant, there's four grants under Title IV-E. There's foster care, and those are for the children who are placed with CFSA. There's adoptions. So when a child is adopted, there's a separate funding stream under Title IV-E. There's guardianship, and then there's prevention services. So there are 4 Title IV-E programs. So if a child is adopted, they'll fall under the adoption. And if there are more children, yes, that would increase revenue. It would put a little strain because you also have to have a local match to it.
Okay.
But it's a 70-30 split. So it's not like dollar for dollar. There's a little bit of, but there's a little, if we saw an uptick in adoptions, but that's an area that's closely watched by folks as to, again, they know how many are going to age out, and it's anticipating how many children based on the current case plans they have for children in foster care and what their route will be to adoptions, to have a pretty good estimate of those kids in foster care. Here's how many we think are going to be adopted in the upcoming year.
Got it. Okay. There is a 1.3 million or 43% increase to kinship support, including an additional 14 FTEs. What will that be used for? And are there any new types of support, or will the amounts of existing support just be higher?
So the increase in kinship support should be 2 units that transition to the Office of Thriving Families. In that, again, as I mentioned, I think at our stakeholders forum, the investment of a unit of 5 because of the increase on traction on our website for kin that are applying for the Navigator or the Grandparent Caregivers Program, and with our Engage and Connect unit that also provides support to families that are closing out their case from CFSA, but also providing support to the 2111 line. And so you'll see the increases there.
Okay. In your testimony, you mentioned CFSA said it is moving the in-home team to a new office of in-home and out-of-home care. I see a 6.3 million or 19% increase to out-of-home child placement, and then a 4.2 million or 48% increase to out-of-home clinical case management and support. There's also 5.3 million or an 88% cut to in-home clinical management, case management and support. I guess you mentioned the reason for this move is to allow CFSA to streamline its focus on older youth and provide prevention care to families. Can you elaborate on this? Does this reshuffle account for all the significant changes, or are there any changes to services as well?
So there are no changes to services.
Okay.
So specifically, again, the in-home administration was formerly under entry services, which is under child protection. Going now to the in-home and out-of-home, Office of In-Home and Out-of-Home Care. What you will see there, and I heard the prior testimony or maybe some concern, you really want both offices, whether a child is in-home or out-of-home, case practice to be some continuity. So it's continuity around, it's one office now where all of case management is under, no matter if the child is out of home or in home. Yes, there are different standards in terms of visitation, but there are no changes in terms of the services and support, whether a child is in home, out of home. So it's really to align the function.
Okay. Okay, well, there's still this 758,000 and 4 FTEs left in-home clinical case management support, it looks like. Am I right? Why weren't these funds and FTEs moved with the rest to the new in-home and out-of-home team? And what will the remaining in-home team be doing, since if that's correct that they are left there?
Okay, so I know we'll have to get back to you, but from our understanding, all of them moved. So I do know that, I know confirmed that there were no in-home units that stayed in entry services.
Okay.
But we'll have to get back to the specifics on where those moves occurred.
Okay, all right. Is there any work, let me ask you this is sort of bottom line, basically, is there any work that in-home or out of home is currently doing, but will no longer do after this reshuffle?
No.
Okay. Great. And then I want to go back to the kinship support, the 43% increase to kinship support, including the additional 14 FTEs. Will they engage and connect units still do educational neglect work? Will the engage and connect unit still do educational neglect work?
No, so those positions were during the time where we had the opera funding, and those were actually NTE, which was not FT positions. So those positions went away. What we have done since then is that the current triage unit currently provides all of the services related to children or referrals or reports that come through the portal for educational neglect. So they'll still triage them. And of course, now the functions of workers going out, if youth, if the triage unit has not reached or engaged the family, we're able to send a referral to the FSWs and child protection to do that. So we've had to figure out a way from losing those to still keep the function in place.
Okay. All right, it's a little concerning. Agency management, let's go there. Under agency management, I see $166,000 cut to contracting and procurement. Can you talk about that? Is the basis for the cut specific contracts that will not be renewed?
There is the reduction of 1 FTE in the contract and procurement area between years. And then there were some slight reductions in some of their supplies and things like that. So that pretty much makes up the $160,000.
That's where the 166 thing. Okay, so there were no specific contracts that were cut.
No. These are the staff that
that
administer the contracts.
Okay. I see a 275,000 increase to fleet management. The 912,000 proposed is a 75% increase from what was spent in fiscal year 23. Why is this increase needed, and what specifically will this increase go towards?
So our fleet services, I think we have about 84 vehicles. that we have to service throughout the year. And again, you know, what they're used for in terms of all of our social workers, whether in-home, out-of-home, to provide those services. I think what you see in terms of an increase, what you may have is that in terms of leasing and gas, you know, inflationary costs in that way could explain some of that, but it's also to maintain those vehicles.
Got it. Okay. I also see there's a 776,000 or 28% increase to legal services and including an additional 5.5 FTEs. Why is that?
So under that particular activity, we fund through Title IV reimbursement OAG attorneys. So if you look at the book, in the budget book, it's one of the last schedules there. Let me give you the schedule number. It is table RL07. You'll see that the Office of Attorney General, we fund the equivalent of 12.9 FTE. That's an increase because we're going to be able to do some additional claiming on OAG's behalf for a few extra additional OAG FTE for activities that are allowable under Title IV. So it's really a pass-through, if you will. It's counted for in our budget. It's accounted for, but it's the activities that the OAG undertakes.
Okay. And what are those activities? Just
So they represent the children from separated in court and things of that nature.
got you. Yeah. Okay. I see there is a 643,000 or 26% decrease to performance and strategic management, including a reduction of 5 FTEs. What and who is that cutting?
Again, those are movements of FTEs. They're not reductions. They're just moved to other activities. So for instance, 5 FTE were moved to, bear with me a moment, please. I'm looking for 5.9. Bear with me a moment, please, council member. They were moved over to housing and community supports. So
Okay.
that's pretty much the switch over.
The switch over.
That
with
were
the-
formerly budgeted under strategic management that now funded under housing and community supports.
Okay. I see a 30,000 increase to communications with no changes to FTEs. Is that just due to increases for personnel services?
Communications. Bear with me a moment, council member.
No shade to comms.
I'm going to say it's salaries.
Just
And,
salaries,
yes.
okay. All right. Was gonna ask. State policy and planning operations. I see a 1.9 million or 74% cut to family resources, including a reduction of 16 FTEs.
So what some of that may be is that we had a shift of our recruitment and resource parent supports that shifted and aligned with, I think they're under Office of Planning Policy and Program Support now. So we had a couple of units that transitioned and aligned through the agency realignment. And then there were some training dollars as well.
Okay. I want to go to some of the testimony we heard. There was testimony about is it the Children's Trust Fund? The Children's Trust Fund. Can you explain to me sort of over time what has happened with the Children's Trust Fund and why it seems like that it's getting reduced over the years and what's sort of the utility of that?
Sure. So part of the Children's Trust Fund in terms of their contract is they have been the ones to do what we call T for T training. around more of our parent educational support programs. Some of them are evidence-based, train the trainer. Some of them have helped provide some of the training to our collaboratives. They may put on different events over the, over the course of a year. I think what's to be understood in terms of CBCAP funding is that there's also a federal and local match as well. And so what you will see is that as we look at the contracts and as you see the deliverables, and as we continue to, I think, have a bigger footprint in prevention, you've seen those dollars kind of shift. And so what we really are looking at in terms of a full model around prevention, primary and secondary as well, is what is it that the district needs versus continuing to do and not ensuring that we don't duplicate services. So anytime we have changed those contracts, is to ensure that it's being done and what's not being done, and trying to keep the spirit of really what the trust fund has done, been the incubator for providing the training around evidence-based programs specific around prevention.
Okay. So right now, it sounds like that they said they only had like one FTE to do that work.
Yes, I believe they, according to what I heard from Dr. Sequoia, they have one FTE to do that work. I will say, because I also in Tennessee oversaw the Tennessee Children's Trust Fund, so I'm quite aware of how it works. And saying this as nonprofits, part of their role also is to also not be fully reliant on dollars that come from the government, but also diversify their revenue income as well. And I do know that they've made strides to do that. But I want to be very clear in terms of that our role is to look at not duplicating services in the community. And when we have to make shifts, we just make those shifts.
Okay. We heard a little bit about this, but the proposed budget includes no additional funding for services for adult and child victims of domestic violence and services for those who use violence. And I just want to understand, is that correct? It's just, that's concerning to me, considering a significant portion of cases involve domestic violence each year. Do you think the existing funding is sufficient to address the need?
I'm going to say yes, although we have seen, I'm not going to say a large uptick, we have seen a number of instances where there are cases that come to our attention because of domestic violence. We have, to me, a very robust model in-house first, to where we have a number of DV liaisons, we have a DV specialist, and if by chance we can't provide the supports needed, of course, we partner with people like DC Safe and things of that nature. So right now we feel that we do have the supports and that our budget reflects that.
Okay. We heard testimony about sort of the need to types of placements and diversify the types of placements we have. You testified a little bit about the work that is being done in that regard. What is in this budget, do we see sort of an ability for us to diversify the type of placements and adding new types of placements? Allen House is one that, we were excited to hear about during performance oversight. So just wanted to hear what this budget reflects as far as new types of placements.
Sure. I think both Allen House and the Bridge program, we're still evaluating, but we're seeing a lot of promising outcomes thus far. I believe that's due to really, I want to call the style. So they are family style. They're not institutional, which I think is really important for our older youth that are placed with our providers there. And what we believe that we're wanting to explore are similar types of models. As I mentioned in my testimony, we're going to be exploring kind of an independent living program similar for ages 18 to 21. And that is in a direct reflection too, because of the elimination in the budget for Wayne Place. That we believe that this will help solidify that. As you know, there is an increase of the $4 million in placement services, but I also caution, because what I want to make sure people understand is that some of those dollars, a lot of those dollars go to support a placement to ensure that they're stable. So although you may have an Allen House or a Bridge program, sometimes there are additional supports that are needed, one-on-ones, two-on-ones, or other types of specialty services. And they are not cheap. And so that's why you may see an increase there. And we know that it's needed to ensure that those placements are stable.
Okay. We had testimony about the family preservation project. What is in the proposed budget for the family preservation project?
So that is our contract with Neighborhood Legal Services.
Okay.
In the amount of, I think it's about $200,000, if I'm not mistaken. And so again, as you heard from them, that's when there are families that come to our attention that need assistance in court for custody matters,
Okay.
housing, and other means. And so we refer to them for those families.
For those families,
Mhm.
okay. There was conversation about the district's resource parent reimbursement rate of being $38 a day, which is far behind Maryland's $58 and 85 cents a day. What is the reason for that disparity?
Well, I think I need to correct the record. The state of Maryland provides about $29. DC provides $38. That's the standard rate for foster parents. So we actually pay $10 more. I think what Mr. Bulk was speaking of is a therapeutic rate that private providers provide their resource parents. And that is because different from a traditional provider versus a therapeutic provider provides more intensive services for children and youth. So the state of Maryland does not pay a higher traditional foster parent rate than DC. But when you go to a private provider that provides therapeutic, more intensive services, that rate increases based on the level of care that child may need.
Gotcha. Okay. So then what is Maryland's actual sort of, and Maryland is, if you know?
And I got this from the executive director as we were from
Okay.
Maryland. They pay $887 a month for children ages 0 to 11. And they pay $902 a month for youth 12 and above.
Okay. Gotcha. Speaking of flex funds, not within the collaborative sense, but within CFSA sense, there's about 772,000 for flex funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where is that in the budget reflected?
You will find that in home and thriving families.
Okay, because that's my next question was, I was wondering how the flex funds are broken up. Are flex funds sort of provided to in-home families or made available only to children in foster care?
So we have different pots.
Gotcha.
You have a pot that's an in-home. You have a pot specifically for families through an investigation. We have grants out to the collaboratives for those families as well. And we have kinship. So there are different pots and equals up to
Okay.
that total.
What percentage of flex funds are provided to in-home families, if any?
For in-home, it looks like it's 210,000.
110,000,
Mhm.
okay. I know that there have been concerns that these are not fairly distributed. Define fairly. Within the current way you all have done sort of separated the pods, are there any changes in this fiscal year budget to how flex funds are put in each pot given demand or
So-
changes in demand?
Couple of things. I think for the in-home pot, that's specific to in-home families. So that's not the pot for the collaboratives, just to be clear.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
So
This is
now-
separate. I'm
okay,
not.
Now, in
Collaborative's
terms,
gonna be separate.
okay.
I gotta do
So
something with
in
their pot.
terms of equity and fairness, we look at a number of things in terms of collaboratives. One, the number of families that they serve. And based on the number of families that they serve is how we calculate on the pot of money, as well as the size of the ward that they serve. So of course, traditionally wards 7 and 8 receive the largest pot because of the demographics, landscape, and the number of families that they serve. And what we've seen over the past year and a half or two is Ward 5 kind of creeping up to those levels as well. So we do on a yearly basis, every year, look at all of the data, the number of families they serve, to come up with a formula of how those flex funds are evenly distributed based on the number of families they serve.
Got it. I get it for the collaboratives. I was talking about the flex funds for in-home families versus child foster care families within the agency, sort of, there's been concern about sort of where the pots of money,
Okay.
how much flex dollars are spent in those different categories.
To my knowledge, and you all can correct me if I'm wrong, last year we expended, so I heard someone say that we left some money on the table and we did not do that. Because we have seen cost increase.
So we have so I know there's a pot for in-home families.
Yes.
And then there is a pot for children in foster care. Right. Yes.
Yes.
So what's the other pots?
So there's kinship.
Kinship.
Yes, and then there's CPS. Child Protection Service.
Okay, and
and housing. Thank you.
And housing is the 772,000 split evenly amongst those?
Not evenly.
Okay, and why? What's the difference? How do you decide sort of that split?
So we serve more families in home. So we serve probably about 1,000 kids in home versus the 500 in foster care. So there's a difference in those services. So for instance, a child in foster care, much of their education, their mental health is already being paid for. A child or a family in home, those services are not being paid for. So if they need something, furniture, clothing, those things have to be paid for out of a separate pot because there's no.
It's no additional. Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So what does it look? So we got 210 for
In home.
What do we got for kinship and the other pots?
So for I think off the top of my head, so for the housing flex fund, there's 50,000.
Okay.
For the collaborative, we'll have to add all those up.
Okay, you can.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You can speak.
For the collaboratives, roughly 562,000 and an additional 50,000 to support direct housing for our families.
Okay, got you. Okay. I understand that the majority is going to be in-home families. That makes sense. But just wanted to see if there was any changes in sort of the other pots given demand that might come out of or grow from.
Yeah, and usually, as we receive requests, I think my deputies do a very good job in collaborating if there's a need of a family and if, a certain pot may have, gone beyond what they can. And we're even looking at controls around, we're getting to a place where now we have to look at, we possibly can't pay an entire utility bill because of the number of requests and the amount of those requests. We're seeing requests in the amounts of $7,000, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000. And so just, our agency can't support those kinds of requests in order to ensure that we can, support more families. So we are looking at some policy shifts in terms of average costs per request. Yeah.
Okay, got it. What is CFSA's relationship with Parent Watch?
Parent Watch? Hey, Joe. Miss Joe Patterson's right over there. We actually talked yesterday on the phone. I think we have a very good relationship. I know that Miss Patterson can call me at any time. She is a long-term public servant and advocate in the community that works with families directly when there are issues, and there are at times when families have. Sometimes they need a voice, and she has access to me and my staff. And what we try to do in a very timely manner is try to address those and resolve those issues.
Okay. And how does you all have how does that work? Do you all have weekly, monthly meetings, or how do you, or it's just sort of as they call you answer?
We don't have an established meeting. I do know that Ms. Patterson is a part of our citywide steering committee. She's in the subcommittees. We run into each other at different meetings. So it's informal, but it's very frequent. Yeah.
Informal but frequent. Okay. Let me get to more. Just see if we finished witnesses, questions that came up. Okay. I don't think so. Okay, yeah, so CFSA has one capital project, which is transitioning the district's child welfare information system from FACES to STAND. The project started in 2020 and is expected to be completed in 2025. Can you tell me how the progress that has been made so far with STAN? I know an online portal for resources and parents was launched in 2023, and just last month, a mandated portal was launched. How has that been going so far?
So it's going well. Let me say that. And within all transparency, I think any project at this magnitude, you're always going to have challenges. I think we have I have complete trust and admiration for Marina Havan, who serves as our Chief Information Officer, who is stellar in stewarding this process from beginning to end. We have, I believe, also now working with our vendor, Microsoft, a good team that listens to our concerns to ensure that they can be addressed in a timely fashion. I know in the beginning that it may have been slow about getting the money out, but all of that now is being rectified as we begin to see deliverables happening and tasks being completed. We anticipate that, yes, STAN will be operational in FY25. So that's kind of the status of where we are.
Okay. The proposed budget includes $5 million in fiscal year 25 and $1.7 million in fiscal year 26, for a total of $6.76 million across the financial plan. What is the $5 million for fiscal year 25 going to be used for?
I think and Marina's here, so she can speak more directly to it, but I would just say, I think it's more for the continuing implementation of bringing STAND in. Marina's here and she can answer.
You want to raise her right hand?
You swear up forever to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. And
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the the funding we requested for FY25, we're going to take advantage of some artificial intelligence features that are now going to be available to be used. So those are some of the things that we're bringing in. The amount for FY26 is really for a very smooth sunset of our legacy system. And
Okay, yeah, that was my question. There's a 1.7. I was wondering why 1.7 million was needed in fiscal year 26. I know FACES won't be sunset until fiscal year 26, but that still seems like a lot after the STAND will be fully launched in fiscal year 25.
And
it is for the launch in 25, right? So we're using
Okay.
the 5 million to launch STAND. That's the increase in cost for us to bring in new features to implement in 25. And when we go live, we're gonna try and have a very smooth go live and then sunset our legacy system in the first quarter of 26. So we're trying to transition, keep two systems going at the same time in the events that we need to roll back. That's why we made the request for 26.
So is the 1.7 million for sunsetting FACES?
It's for running them together and sunsetting spaces, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna call it the smooth and sunsetting.
Yeah. Retirement
Right.
party for FACES.
Okay.
And Chairwoman Lewis George, I also want to add, this is a federally approved plan that is being implemented, and that's important for two parts. One is the federal government clearly has an interest in making sure we have a child welfare information system that meets federal requirements. The second is they also provide funding through the Title IV-E program. So we are being reimbursed at a good level for these costs. So they're a partner also with a funding partner.
Darn, okay, that means I can't touch it. Great answer. Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Justin.
you. Tell you the truth. Got about the money. Okay. What was my other question? All right. So it looks like, I have a list of things that I have to do. Hopefully we can do this together. I have to restore the Office of Ombudsman for Children. I have to restore Safe Shores. I have to restore what I intended to be reoccurring, the home visiting, $300,000. My goal is to increase support for the collaboratives, either in the form of supporting an increase in their cost of living or their flex funding or both. As I look to try to support the collaboratives because of the success I would like to see us have in the warm line. Am I missing anything else that I'm looking to have done at the end of this committee report? No, I think that's those are the big picture things that at the end of this budget committee markup, will have to get done. And so look forward to working with you all as I have to make decisions of where that will come from. I have an entire cluster, so it does not mean necessarily CFSA is the pot that it will come out of. It just means I have to choose within my cluster of where those funds can come from. So I think, is there anything else? One last question, point of privilege here. Director, do you have any update on when the neglect statute reform legislation will be sent to the council? I'm hoping sooner rather than later.
My hope is sooner than later. I think, to be transparent, one of the holdups is us as a district figuring out the truancy and educational
Correct.
neglect part.
Yeah.
Because that's all wrapped up in those reforms as well.
Yeah, that was my fear and my worry, quite frankly. So let's just work together to try to, that's why I said sooner rather than later, because I know those things are coming. I did fight for referrals. You may have seen, I did a fight to try to get referrals to our committee. We got comments versus direct jurisdiction. Nevertheless, we will use what we can to make sure that where we land is a way that is something that we can all agree on, especially the expertise that exists within your agency and with you as well, as decisions are being made about what we're going to do around truancy and neglect. We can control ed and neglect if we do it in the neglect statute reform, in my opinion. So strategically, that's where my thought is how as far as how we move there. So with that, thank you so much for being with us today. And I look forward to working with you all as we finish and finalize the budget process as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Huh? Oh, I didn't adjourn yet, sorry. Before I adjourn, I want to thank Sebastian Wyman from my team for his excellent work. Tosha, who's supported today, Will Perkins, who is my committee director, as well, and our entire staff. And I know this is a huge effort on your team's work, so thank you and congratulations to you all on the work that you've done to get us this far as well. With that, the time is 3:19 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.